Okay, so good morning, guys, and welcome to the session. And we'll start with our confusion matrix today. Let's wait for 2 minutes and then we'll start. Lights कर दो तीसरा ऑन कर दो सारे रूम की सारी ऑन कर दो जितनी भी हैं. हाँ फैन बंद कर दो सिर्फ लाइट्स ऑन कर दो बस इतनी ही है क्या. कुछ लोग अंधेरे का फायदा उठा के पीछे सो जाते हैं. Okay, so how many are yet to come? अब तो कितना 8:30 का क्लास था. It's already 25 minutes. More people are not there. Those who have joined online, guys, can they confirm if I'm audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. Audible.
Audible. Okay, sir. We'll start. Others will join. Okay, so before we start with the confusion matrix, keep one thing in mind that today's topic is the most important in data science. Okay, and the reason why I'm saying it is most important, why? Because it is used almost in all the algorithms, leaving your linear regression. And the complexity is also a little high. Very high usability, but complexity is also high. Okay. So what is confusion matrix basically? So confusion matrix, if I say, what is confusion matrix? Then confusion matrix is your evaluation parameter. And guys, please keep on making notes and koi baat nahi karega thodi der. And no one will ask for a break till the time confusion matrix will run. Okay? It may run for 3 hours, 4 hours, I don't know how much. So confusion matrix is a evaluation matrix. It is the evaluation matrix. Evaluation matrix as in it is used to evaluate the model. Evaluate the model. Evaluate the model as in to judge or to find how the performance of the model is. Performance of model is. Model की performance कैसी है? So for example, let's say in linear regression, we were using our MSC, R square, adjusted R square. So same way, in other models, we would be using a confusion matrix. It is basically to judge the model, performance of the model, how good or bad your model is. Okay. So example is like in your linear regression, you had your R square, you had your adjusted R square, you have MAPE, all those things. So over here, I would be having confusion matrix. Okay. So confusion matrix, don't think that confusion matrix has something to do only with your logistic regression. I am introducing here because we are going to build a logistic regression model. But before building a logistic regression model, this time we will take a little different approach. We will see how to evaluate the logistic regression model. Okay. So theory is of two parts. First is confusion matrix. Another is logistic regression. So I'm yet not starting with logistic regression, but remember, it is an evaluation matrix, valuation matrix to judge the performance of the model, how good or bad your model is. So whenever you are building a predictive model, you always want to find how is the performance of the model. So to find the performance of the model, only solution is your confusion matrix. Okay. And the word itself says confusion, so it will confuse you a lot. It will confuse you a lot. So I have seen people who are working in industry from 10 years, 15 years, they also get confused. ठीक है? So तुम लोग की जो हिस्ट्री है वो तो ये साफ कहती है कि बहुत कंफ्यूजन आएगा. कंफ्यूजन सिर्फ तब तक नहीं आएगा जब तक इस क्लास में हो. जैसे ही बाहर निकलोगे कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे. ठीक है? So whatever I am teaching today, go back home and invest the same amount of hours today. ठीक है? It is an evaluation matrix used to evaluate the model to judge the performance of the model. Okay. Now, when do we use this confusion matrix? Where is this confusion matrix used? So remember, we have built a predictive model, linear regression. In linear regression or in any predictive model, you have one y variable, that is your target variable. You have one target variable, and target variable is always one. And hello. No problem. Okay, so you have only one target variable, but you can have one or more X variable. Like this is nothing new for you. You are already habitual to it. We have built linear regression model on more than one data set. Now, in linear regression, your target variable was numeric and continuous. Remember the mandatory condition for linear regression? Your target variable should be numeric and continuous. And what was the another mandatory condition? Yes, so n should be more than your k. Yes, so good one. I like your answer. Now, whenever you are building your logistic regression or decision tree or random forest, your y is not numeric and continuous. It is not numeric and continuous. It is categorical. It is in categories, or you can say in classes. It is in classes. Can someone take an example where your variable is not numeric, it is not numeric and continuous, but it is categorical? Credit risk. So example, remember we have taken one data set where we were having a variable that is your loan status. याद आता है? Loan status वाला variable याद आता है? So your over there your y was, or let me say your target variable was either yes or no. Either yes or no. Either you approve or you reject. It is not in numbers. It is not in numeric or continuous. So target variable is yes and no. Then for your model building, you may mark yes as 1 and no as 0. That is something different. So don't confuse that this 1 and 0 is again numeric and continuous. No, it cannot take any value between 0 and 1. Either 0 or 1. Either yes or no. Either you fail or you pass. Either it rains or it doesn't rain. So you have two things. So basically, over here, I am saying it is categorical. In logistic regression, y variable is always binary. Binary means it can take only two values, either 0 or 1. If it is not 0 and 1, you will convert into 0, 1. Suppose karo y and n diya hua hai, then also you will convert it into 0 and 1. It is always binary. Binary means 2. Remember binary data sets, binary numbers, either 0 or 1. Boolean, right? So it is always binary, either 0 or 1. Okay. Now, tell me one thing. if actual y is either 0 or 1, then predicted value would also be either 0 or 1. Agar actual numbers 0 and 1 mein hai, then predicted would also be in 0 and 1. Remember, you have already done the prediction. So when, let's say your target variable is in 0 and 1, then your predictions would also be in zeros and ones. It cannot be more than 1. It cannot be less than 0, or it cannot be in between 0 and 1 also. It would be either 0 or 1. Suppose agar ek match ho raha hai, to either you win or lose. There is nothing like draw or whatever, right? So now let me say this is your actual and this is your predicted. So if actual is 1 and predicted is 1, if actual is 0, predicted is 0, if actual is 1, predicted is 0, if actual is 0, then predicted is 1. Can you find any more combination of these? 0, 1 के क्या और कोई combination possible है? No, only these 4 combinations are possible. So when actual is 1 and predicted is also 1, I will say your model has done the correct prediction. When actual is 0 and predicted is 0, then also I'll say it's a correct prediction. When actual was 1 and predicted is 0, then I'll say it's a wrong prediction. And the same thing will hold over here also. So all these were your correct prediction. This was also a correct prediction, and this is your wrong prediction. Tell me any doubt till this point. Yahan tak koi doubt hai? Yes, no, maybe. No doubt, right? Only these 4 combinations are possible. So actual 1, predicted 1, actual 0, predicted 0, actual 1, predicted 0, and actual 0, predicted 1. Okay. Only these 4 combinations are possible. कोई confusion आया अब तक? नहीं ना? थोड़ा wait करो, भी आएगा. My effort would be so that confusion doesn't, but obviously it will come. यहाँ तक सब लोग clear है? Okay, let me go to the another sheet. Actual, predicted. So actual and predicted. Okay. So consider your actual values are in zeros and ones, and predicted values are also in zeros and 1. Right. Just for a reference purpose, let me mark them as A, B, C. Oh no. Okay. E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T. Okay. So A, B, C, D numbering ठीक डालिए. ठीक है. I hope it's right. ठीक है. इसका font जरा सा बड़ा कर देता है. And इसको center में कर देता है. So there are records are from A till T. Records are from A till T. Okay. Now, wherever I have done the correct prediction, let me mark them in a slight green. And wherever I have done the wrong prediction, let me mark them in a little different color. Just keep an eye. If I am making any typo error, please do let me know. So for all of them, I have done the correct prediction. Correct prediction is if actual and predicted are same, it is a correct prediction. If there is a difference between actual and predicted, then it's a wrong prediction. Now, how many records I have done the correct prediction? I can just count them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. For 11 records, I have done the correct prediction. Okay. Now, अब मैं confusion matrix create करने जा रहा हूँ. I'll slowly create it. I'll create a confusion matrix. Let's go on. एक काम करो, तुम्हारी लाइफ इजी करने के लिए इस इधर पे एक्चुअली लिख देता है. Zero, 1, 0. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm saying predicted and actual. Acha, do you guys remember that we have done one coding where we have said pd.crossstep? याद आता है? pd.crossstep आता है? And remember in chi-square also we had built one table, salary versus satisfaction. ऊपर से देखा तो salary, side से देखा तो satisfaction. याद आता है? Right? So in this matrix, which I'm putting it in slight gray, just focus on this part. Just focus on this part. कहीं और देखो ही मत. Okay. Now, if you look from the top, someone has unmuted. Please don't mute. Amol. If you look from the top, again, I'm saying, if you look from the top, you see your predicted values. If you look from left to right, you see your actual values. Again, I repeat my statement. If you look from the top to bottom, you see your predicted values. If you look from left to right, you see your actual values. Arrows possible है क्या इसमें? Insert. I don't know how to put an arrow over there, but ठीक है. If you look from top to bottom, predicted. If you look from left to right, actual. Now, what is this circle? Let me change it. In this circle, in this square, whichever I have marked as in yellow, color दिखता है ना? जिसको मैंने yellow में mark किया है, for this box, if you see from top, it is marked under predicted 0. And if you see from left to right, actual is also 0. ऊपर से देखा तभी भी 0, left to right देखा तभी भी 0. It means the actual value was also 0 and predicted value was also 0. Can we find how many records were there for which actual was also 0 and predicted was also 0? लेट्स नंबर देम। मुझे सिर्फ तुम नंबर्स बताओ, ABCD में से बताओ कौन कौन से अल्फाबेट्स हैं जहां पे एक्चुअल भी 0, प्रिडिक्टेड भी 0। धीरे धीरे बताओ, एक सीक्वेंस बताना। IJP, अरे क्या हो रहा है, JPNQ। सब लोग चेक करो, आई एम नॉट चेकिंग, इज इट सेम, बट फिर भी मैं एक बार चेक कर लेता हूँ। IJPNQ। So actual 0 and predicted also 0. I will just wait till the time people say कि ये क्लियर है। अगर ये क्लियर नहीं तो आगे कुछ क्लियर होने वाला नहीं। यहाँ पे क्लैरिटी है 100%। सो कितने रिकॉर्ड्स हो गए? IJPNQ। सो कैन आई से टोटल नंबर ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स which for which actual is 0 and predicted is 0, can I put a number 4? अच्छा हाँ, नीचे भी तो है ना, देखो, फिर देखा नहीं तुम लोगों ने। अब देखो कुछ चेंज होता है क्या? PKQ कुछ फिलहाल तो चेंज नहीं हो रहा है, बट तुम्हारा पॉइंट अच्छा था, नीचे वाला नहीं देखा था हम लोग ने। सो IJPNQ। ओके, नाउ लेट्स मूव टू दिस सेल, जिसको मैं स्लाइड ब्लू मार्क कर दे रहा हूँ। व्हाट इज दिस? इन दिस सेल व्हाट इज? प्रिडिक्टेड इज आल्सो 1 and actual is also 1. Predicted also 1 and actual also 1. Now give me the alphabets. किन किन के लिए? धीरे भाई धीरे, तुम्हारे जितना होशियार नहीं हम। ABCFKM ABC. Okay, C. So that's a good observation. ABC. Take a minute and let me know. Have I missed anything or have I written something more? ABC, FKMS. ABC, FKM and S. I think you guys are right. So can I put a number 6 over here? Right? So there are 6 records. So 3, 3, 6, 7. Yes. So there are 7 records for which actual is also 1, predicted is also 1. Actual be 1, predicted be 1. Now let's come to this cell. I am marking it in slight orange. Tell me, for this cell, what would be the actual and predicted? Actual and predicted 1. Actual 0. So if you look from left to right, it is 0. If you look from top to bottom, it is 1. Now give me how many records satisfy this condition. Actual 0, predicted 1. GHL. एक बार वापस चेक करो सब लोग, कितना चेक कर लिया? Fair enough? इतना ही है? So again, I'll put a number 4 over here. Let me say number is 4. Now, come to the last cell. Come to the last cell, which again I am marking in, let's say, slide. Which one? I'm marking in, let's say, this color. Now, tell me. So, predicted is 0 and actual is 1. अब जो बचे मैं वही होंगे, ठीक है ना? So, actual 1 and predicted 0. How many? B भी है ना? नहीं, B नहीं है. D, E, N, O, T. Actual 1 and predicted 0. So actual 1 predicted 0. Actual 1 predicted 0. और हमने डाला O डाला N, and actual 1 predicted 0 is E. Actual 1 predicted 0. Okay. So I'll put a number 5 over here. So 4 plus 4, 8, 8 plus 5, 13, 13 plus 7, 20. So 20 records ही थे हम लोग के पास. So 20. Now take a minute. I'll give you 2 minutes. ड्रॉ दिस थिंग, एक बार अपने एक्सेल में डाल लो, ठीक है, जस्ट फॉर योर प्रैक्टिस, सो दैट दिस आइडिया स्टार्ट सिंकिंग इन योर ब्रेन। जब तक लिखोगे नहीं तब तक आइडिया सुपरफिशियल रहेगा। 2 मिनट ज्यादा मत लेना। किसी के पास आईफोन का चार्जर है? S2 है क्या यार? पूरी क्लास किसी काम की नहीं है। हाँ, क्या बात है, एक लड़का है काम पे। अरे क्या बात है, क्लास बहुत काम की है। अपना स्टेटमेंट चेंज करना पड़ेगा। यस, स्टार्टिंग। Again, I am saying, guys, please get 100% clarity on confusion matrix. 100%. This is just confusion matrix. तो अभी स्टार्ट हुआ नहीं है, अभी होगा। Let it and let know. सबने यहाँ तक कर लिया? I'll scroll up. Done. Okay. Now, before we move any further, keep one thing in mind, that why are we discussing confusion matrix? हमेशा aim याद रखो कि किसी भी चीज का aim क्या है. What is the aim of the confusion matrix? Aim of the confusion matrix is to evaluate the model. It is not used for building the model. It is used to evaluate the model. After your model has been built, you want to judge the performance of the model, right? So let's come back over here. Let me change the color into slide this. Okay, now I have changed the color. Can you see that there are two boxes which I have marked them in green and there are two boxes which I have marked them red. So the first green box, the top left box, where the number is 4, can you notice that for these 4 records, record number I, J, P, and Q, I have done the correct prediction. Why? Because actual and predicted values are same. And the same thing holds for this lower green box. Record number A, comma B, C, F, K, M, and S. For these 7 records, again, actual and predicted is same. So it means I have done the correct prediction for them. For the boxes which I have marked them in red, their actual and predicted values are different. It means model has done the wrong prediction. Model has done the wrong prediction. Now comes the first thing, accuracy. What is the accuracy of the model? Accuracy of the model is very simple. I can say total number of correct prediction divided by total records. Total number of correct prediction divided by total number of records. So total number of correct predictions would be those which are marked in green. 4 plus 7. 4 plus 11 is nothing but 11. And how many records are there in total? There are 20 records. 4 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7. And if you multiply it by 100, you get the answer in percentage. If you multiply it by 100, you get the answer in percentage. Now let's find the percentage. So basically, the accuracy of your model is 55%. So what is the accuracy? Accuracy is nothing but simple formula, total number of correct prediction divided by total number of records. इतना सब समझ में आया? So total number of correct prediction divided by total number of record. ये पहला formula है. And this would be the first thing you would check whenever you build your confusion matrix. सबसे पहले क्या check करोगे? Accuracy. Okay. This would be the first thing you will check. Total number of correct prediction divided by total number of records. Multiplied by 100 and you have the answer in percentage. कोई confusion? नहीं ना? तो उसका नाम confusion matrix क्यों है? हाँ अभी होगा अभी आने वाला बस अब यहां से confusion start होगा ठीक है we will again come back to this page but now where the confusion will actually start and all these things are not something which you can avoid ये हमेशा तुम अपने लाइफ में दिखेंगे ठीक है एंड आज के बाद तो बहुत ज्यादा दिखेंगे बिकॉज आज तुम इसे लर्न करोगे तो तुम हर जगह बायस दिखना स्टार्ट करेंगे Okay. So तुम लोग को ये कॉपी नहीं करना है, ये सोचना है। ठीक है, कॉपिंग का पार्ट बाद में कर लेना। कंसिडर टू मॉडल्स वर क्रिएटेड ऑन द सेम डेटा एंड यू हैव टू कंफ्यूजन मैट्रिक्स, विच मॉडल इज बेटर एंड व्हाई। ओके, आई वांट आंसर फ्रॉम एवरीवन। सबके दिमाग में कुछ ना कुछ तो आएगा ना। आई एम नॉट आस्किंग यू टू डू एनी बिग कैलकुलेशन। विच वन इज बेटर एंड व्हाई। कौन सा बेटर है एंड व्हाई। टेक 2 minutes and be ready with your answer. I'll ask everyone individually, सबसे पूछूंगा जो ऑनलाइन में है या जो ऑफलाइन में। And I want to listen two things. Which one and why. Don't worry that your answer is right or wrong, but at least apply your brain. Software can only create confusion matrix. वो तुम्हारे behalf पे thinking नहीं करेगा. And that's my job to build your thinking. Take 2 minutes and think which one is better and why. कौन सी अच्छी है और क्यों? जिसको market बोल करो. Calculators के number देगा. तुम्हारे job and the why part. Okay, so I think I've given enough time. कौन कौन है पहले उनसे पूछते हैं. Those who are joining from online. कौन कौन है? A से start करो. Amol, so what is your answer?
So I think model 1 is best because
So
of
you need to tell A or B and why.
A,
And why?
because true is 5,000.
Okay, ठीक है. Next person कौन है online में? ठीक है Amol, thanks for answering. You can go on mute. Bhupesh, what about you? Bhupesh Solanki.
So I think model A will be the high accuracy because its accuracy percentage is 90.33%, and model B giving us 87.29% accuracy.
Okay, ठीक है Bhupesh, I heard your viewpoint. Next one.
So
Kalpesh.
yes, sir, model B will be hello.
Yes, Kalpesh, go ahead.
Model B will be high accuracy because for class 0, model A has high accuracy, but if we consider class 1, then model B has high accuracy.
Okay,
So we have to see the whole model for accuracy.
Okay, fair enough. So a different answer. Okay, so Kalpesh says model B. Okay, next person, please. Who is in online? Siddharth.
Yes, so model A is good because it has accuracy of 90% and model B has 87.29.
ठीक है Siddharth, I heard your viewpoint. Okay, fair enough. और कौन है? Swami.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Swami.
I think model A because accuracy percent of model is greater than model B.
Okay, so you're saying between these two, A is better. Okay, fair enough. ठीक है Swami, thanks for answering. और कोई? Okay, now, okay, so I have talked to the online folks. Now let's take the answers from the people who are there in the class. चलो, last से start करते हैं. हाँ, बताओ. A, supporting statement. Accuracy. तुम्हारे बाजू वाला? A. इधर? नहीं, हाँ. A or B? Supporting statement. अगर सपोर्टिंग स्टेटमेंट नहीं, then it's a random choice. A, B टॉस कर लिया. डिफरेंस ऑफ एक्यूरेसी. ये क्या होता है? व्हाट इज डिफरेंस ऑफ एक्यूरेसी? सो यू आर सेइंग मॉडल बी की एक्यूरेसी ज्यादा है? इज इट? नंबर्स तो मैंने ही डाले हैं, मुझे खुद याद है इसमें क्या. ठीक है, अच्छा चलो. यू आर हाईली कंफ्यूज्ड एट द वेरी इनिशियल स्टेज. तुम बताओ. नो, बट यू हैव टू चूज ए और बी. दोनों में से कौन सा बेटर है? सपोर्टिंग स्टेटमेंट हाई एक्यूरेसी. ओके, मॉडल ए हाई एक्यूरेसी. ए इधर तुमने तो ऑलरेडी आ दिया. मॉडल ए एक्यूरेसी. तुम सपोर्टिंग स्टेटमेंट. ओके, ठीक. So I think there is one person who gave me the right answer. Answer is model B. ठीक है, अभी थोड़ी देर में समझ में आएगा कि मॉडल बी क्यों है बेटर आंसर. ठीक है, क्लास में भी एक इंसान ने सही दिया, बट उसने सपोर्टिंग स्टेटमेंट नहीं दिया. सो आई कांट से वेदर इट इज जस्ट अ टॉस हेड एंड टेल और वेदर ही वाज ऑलरेडी he did some soul searching. ठीक है, now let's do one thing. Let's first of all find the accuracy. So what is the accuracy in model A? Accuracy in model A would be 5,000 plus 50 divided by everything. right? So I'll say accuracy of model would be 5050 divided by how much? 5590. Okay, fair enough. And you multiply by 100, you get the answer in percentage. Let's do one thing. Let's multiply it by 100 also. Into 100. 90.33%. Okay. So this is the accuracy in model A. And now let's similarly find the accuracy in model B. Accuracy in model B would be 4600 divided by 280. So कितना हो जाएगा? 4880, right? 4880 into 100 divided by नीचे का नंबर तो सेम ही है, कितना है? 5590. नंबर कैलकुलेट करके डालें मुझे याद. So 87.29875, right? So if I talk in terms of accuracy, obviously model A is better than model B. It has around 3% accuracy more than your model A. 3% accuracy is quite a big difference. Quite a big difference, keeping in mind when you have already reached a saturation point. So keep one thing in mind. The difference between 50 and 51 is not the same between your 99 and 100. 99 and 100 का difference बहुत बड़ा होता है compared to 50 and 51 का difference. ठीक है? I hope people understand this thing. ठीक है? So your accuracy is already very high in both the models, but it is comparatively much higher in your model A compared to your model B. ठीक है? And I have said that accuracy should be the first parameter you should always check in the model. ठीक है ना? But अब जरा मॉडल ए के ड्रॉबैक्स पे बात कर लेते हैं. Answer me just one question. How many actual records are there? How many records actually belong to class 1 in model A? How many records actually belong to class 1 in model A? How many records actually belong to class 1 in model A?
50. 50, sir.
I'm saying actually belong. I'm not saying actually predicted. Class 1 में कितने actually belong होते हैं? 340 plus 50 इन दोनों को ऐड करोगे, right? Because if you see from left to right, you see your actual values. So actual records are 340 plus 50, that is your 390. Out of 390, you have done the correct prediction for 50. You have done the wrong prediction for 340. I repeat my statement. Total number of records which actually belong to class 1 in model A are 340 plus 50. Out of 340 plus 50, you have done the correct prediction for 50 records and you have done the wrong prediction for 340 records, right? How many records actually belong to class A? Sorry, class 1 are, can I say 390? Let me ask the same question for your model B. देखो क्या वहां पे भी 390 है. 110 plus 20 नंबर मैंने कैलकुलेट करके डाला, मुझे याद है. दोनों के रिकॉर्ड सेम है. So how many records actually belong to class 1 in model B? It would be 110 plus 280. So they actually belong to class 1 are 390. Okay. 390. Now let me change the question. For how many records? Just talk about model A. Just talk about model A. For how many records in model A, I have done the correct prediction for class 1. कितने records के लिए correct prediction किया है? Only for class 1. 50. You have done the correct prediction for only class 50. Only for 50 records. It means for 340 your model is wrong. Now check the same thing for your model B. In model B, out of 390 records, you have done the correct prediction for 280. And you have done the wrong prediction for 110. Now do you notice when I talk only about class 1, मॉडल बी इज बेटर देन मॉडल ए, दिखता है? मॉडल बी ए से बेटर दिखता है? टॉक ओनली अबाउट क्लास 1. Talk only about class 1. Do you notice that model B is better than model A? अब जिन जिन लोगों ने मॉडल ए को सपोर्ट किया था, क्या वो अपना आंसर चेंज करना चाहेंगे?
यस सर।
आंसर सिर्फ इसलिए मत चेंज कर दो क्योंकि मैं तुम्हें कन्विंस कर रहा हूँ. आंसर इसलिए चेंज करो जब तुम कन्विंस हो जाओ कि हाँ कुछ और है इसमें. And before again I go back to that confusion matrix, start thinking from the real world side. Suppose करो consider you have designed a COVID testing kit. कभी न्यूज में तुम लोग ने ऐसा सुना है फॉल्स नेगेटिव फॉल्स पॉजिटिव सुना है? फॉल्स नेगेटिव ज्यादा थे, फॉल्स पॉजिटिव ज्यादा थे. सपोज यू हैव डिजाइन्ड अ कोविड टेस्टिंग किट and this kit performance is like below. Its performance is like below. Let me say. If a person is actually, let me do one thing. Let me say positive, or let me do one thing. Let me say negative and positive. ऊपर से देखोगे तो obviously you have predicted and negative and positive. And if you see from left to right, you will see your actual values. अरे क्या हो गया? Actual values. सिर्फ इस एरिया पे फोकस करो एंड अभी तुम्हें वो कंसेप्ट समझ में आएगा which I want to convey to your mind. Now, normally, if you have read a newspaper or if you have seen any news article, probably you will notice one thing, that if a testing is done on 1,000 people, then the positive people as in those who have COVID, would not be 1,000, it would be some 100 or 200 only. अगर तुमने 1,000 लोगों पे टेस्टिंग करी तो पॉजिटिव कितने पाओगे? 100-200 पाओगे. 800 would be negatives. So for example, let me say your model is working something like this. Right. Can someone find the accuracy, please? वैसे तो accuracy हम भी बहुत जल्दी निकाल सकते हैं. So total sum is 8900, and if you divide equal to 8300 divided by 8900. So accuracy of this model is 93%. Now, suppose you are a doctor or you are a health commissioner or whatever, would you approve this testing kit? क्या तुम इस टेस्टिंग किट को अप्रूव करोगे? It has a very high accuracy. 93% accuracy के साथ काम कर रही. Why shouldn't you approve it? कर दो approve. Now the problem over here is you should not approve it. Why? Because can you notice actually there were 400 people who were positive. Actually there were 400 people who were positive. But your testing kit says only these 300 are positive. Barabar? The final judgment is always based upon the prediction. You agree to this point? So let's say you have committed a crime, but court says you are not guilty. You would be taken as not guilty. So these 700 people are actually suffering from the COVID. but your testing kit is catching only these 300 people. So what will happen to these 400 people? They would be marked as negative. Negative means उनको COVID नहीं है, so they will keep on roaming free. ये 400 लोग औरों को infection फैलाएंगे. That is something different. But you are denying a treatment to these 400. When you are saying you don't have COVID, then you will not even give any treatment to them. But if you are not giving treatment today, it doesn't mean that out of these 400 people, no one will need treatment. There can be a scenario that out of these 400 people, for 10 people, after 3 days or 4 days, the situation worsens. And तब तक तो टाइम निकल गया. तुम्हारी टेस्टिंग किट की वजह से हो सकता है कोई इंसान भगवान के पास चला जाए. अब समझ में आ रहा है? So even do you notice that perform accuracy of this model is very high, but model is not a good model. इतनी चीज समझ में आ रही है सबको? Let's take the just opposite part of it. Let's take the opposite part of it. इसको ही मैं कॉपी करके यहाँ डाल देता हूँ. ठीक है? And I'll quickly change the numbers. Out of these 700, let me say you have 600 over here, you have 100 over here, and you have 2000 over here. अगर यहाँ पे 1 second, so 6, 6, 8, 2, 0. ठीक है, चलो 8200, 8200, 700, 700. Now, if you again look from the top to bottom, you see your predicted values. If you look from left to right, you see your. Now talk about this model B. What do you think about this model B? क्या ये मॉडल अच्छा है? सोचो, think from the user side. Suppose करो तो म्युनिसिपल कमिश्नर हो and you want to approve this model, and if you approve this model, then what would be pros and cons? सिर्फ उसके एंगल से सोचो या डॉक्टर के एंगल से सोचो. सोचो इसका क्या फायदा है या नुकसान होगा, and you will have the right answer. नंबर्स को भूल जाओ, सिर्फ पर्पस को सोचो. अच्छा नहीं है, क्यों नहीं अच्छा? I'm not talking about A and B. I'm just talking about B. मॉडल B की क्या बुराइयां हैं या अच्छाइयां हैं? हाँ, उसको एक बार बोलना था. हाँ, वो कभी कभी बोलता है. But why? Okay. ओके. उसकी बातों में तुम लोग शायद समझ नहीं पाए, लेकिन हाँ उसने बोला ठीक है. The problem in model B is this 2000 number. So the final decision is always based upon your prediction. What is the final answer for these 2000? They would be marked as positive. Positive means you have COVID. If you have COVID, then your treatment will start or you would be quarantined. या तो हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट करोगे, कुछ करोगे. So do you notice over here there were 8,200 people who actually belong to the negative class. They actually belong to negative class. And you are saying out of 8,200 people, you are saying 2,000 have COVID. So इससे क्या होगा? There would be a huge load on your hospitals. And लोगों में पैनिक बहुत फैलेगा. So neither model A is good, neither model B is good. दोनों में अपनी अपनी बुराई है. In model A, what you are doing? You are denying treatment to these 400 people, and later on their situation may complicate. In model B, you are telling many people who are actually negative, but you are marking them as positive. आप सबको समझ में आ रहा है? And if you find accuracy, probably accuracy for both of the model may be quite good. और accuracy को अच्छी करने के लिए मैं यहाँ पे कुछ और numbers भी डाल सकता हूँ. I can just increase this number to let me say 9,000 or whatever. ठीक है, accuracy will again become high. Now, this is where the problem is entering into the system. First of all, तुम दोनों सब लोग ये बताओ, ये चीज clear हो रही है? That what is problem in both the models? Problem in both the models. So, for both these models, accuracy is very high. But now comes the main restriction. But accuracy cannot be the only parameter to decide which model is good or bad. ये लाइन सब लोग लिख लो और लाइफ टाइम याद रखो. सिर्फ accuracy एक पैरामीटर नहीं हो सकती to decide whether a model is good or bad. Because I have already taken the example and proven it that just because accuracy is high, it doesn't mean that model is a good model. Accuracy cannot be the only parameter. It is one of the parameter, but can't be the only parameter. यहाँ तक clear है? Those who have joined online, guys, Amol and बाकी लोग जितने भी हैं.
Yes, sir.
Amol, Mukesh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, okay, fair enough. So now I'm saying accuracy cannot be the only parameter to decide which model is good or bad. It means I should have some more parameters. अगर accuracy काफी नहीं तो कुछ और भी डालना पड़ेगा. Okay, so let me write an obvious line. So if accuracy is not sufficient enough, we should have some more parameters to evaluate. We should have some more parameters to evaluate the model. Now, before I put these parameters, again, a very important line comes theoretically. Model should always be evaluated based on the requirement, and requirement is mapped to your problem statement. याद आता है? The first thing is your problem statement. कौन सा मॉडल बुरा है, अच्छा है, खराब है? It is mapped to your problem statement or the requirement. Based upon this scenario and situations, the performance of the model will keep on changing. The model which is good today may be considered bad tomorrow if the situations change. Model should always be evaluated based upon the requirement, and requirement is mapped to your problem statement. तुम्हारा प्रॉब्लम क्या है, उससे हम डिसाइड करेंगे कि मॉडल कैसा है. Okay, but second thing is I'm also saying if accuracy is not the only parameter to evaluate the model, it means I should have some more parameters. I should have some more parameters. Now let's try putting those parameters. Now we will slowly enter into the territory of formulas. Okay, we'll enter into the territory of formulas. Let me do one thing. Let me copy these two matrices. Put it over here. Now, class 0 is also known as class n. क्लास 0 का दूसरा नाम होता है क्लास n, which is nothing but your negative class. ठीक है, you always have answers in positive and negatives. Okay, class 1 is also known as your class y, which is also known as your positive class. इसको प्लीज याद रखना है सबको. This is the worldwide convention. It will never ever change. तुम यहाँ जाओ या अंटार्कटिका जाओ, ये चेंज नहीं होता. Class 0 is also known as your class n. N denotes your negative. Class 1 is also known as your positive. This 0 and 1 or y or n will keep on changing depending upon your problem statement. Whichever class is more significant for you, it is known as your class y. वो तुम्हारे लिए class y बन जाती है. Now come to this thing. So can I call class 0 as class n? Class 1 as class y. Again, this 0 as your n. And this 0 as your y. Any issues, any questions till this point? अगर हैं तो अभी का अभी रखो. I don't want anyone to say कि सर वापस पूरा बताओ. That would not be possible. At any stage, if you anything is not clear, just stop me at that point. I can revise anything which is not clear. यहाँ तक सबको clear है? And again, I am saying this is industry-wide convention. It will never ever change. पूरी दुनिया इसी को follow कर रही है, हम भी यही follow करेंगे. And in your project, in your wherever you go, the same convention notations would be followed. Okay. Now, let's talk about these 5,000 numbers. So if I talk about these 5,000, they actually belong to class n, and you have predicted them under as class n. Their actual and predicted values are same. If their actual and predicted values are same, it means you have done the correct prediction. So for the correct prediction, I am using the symbol T, capital T. Capital T stands for your true. I have done the true prediction for them. So अगर मैंने इसके लिए T attach किया है, then I can attach a T for this thing also. हाँ या ना? Yes, because actual and predicted are same. Okay. Let's do the same thing for our model B also. I'll quickly attach a T over here. T stands for your true. True stands for your correct. Right. Right. And let's change the color. So whichever thing is correct, I'm just putting a slight greenish touch. So I've done the correct prediction for these things. Now, what about these 200? Can I say that their actual and predicted values are different? So I can attach a F, that is your false. And agar wahan pe F attach kiya, then probably I should attach a F over here also. Yes, no, maybe. Sabko itna samajh mein aa raha hai? Right? Any confusion till this point? Nahi na? Fair enough. Let's do one thing. Let's mark them in a little slightish reddish color. ये हो गया? No. So T stands for your true, which is your correct prediction. F stands for your false, right? What is this 5,000? For these 5,000, actual is also 0 and predicted is also 0. Or I can say actual is also n, predicted is also n. So I will say Tn, true negative. This Tn stands for your true negative. True negative. What about this 50? Can someone guess what it should be? True positive. Clever ho gaya tum log. True positive. Why? Because another name for class Y is your positive. Can you notice? I have already written. So these 50 records, if you see from the top, they belong to positive class. If you look from left to right, still they belong to positive class. We have already discussed that for these 50, you have done the correct prediction. So I have attached a symbol T initially itself. So these would be taken as your true positive. So what is your Q? This is your TP, true positive. Okay. Any doubt till this point? True negative, true positive. बताओ. जो लोग ऑनलाइन में प्लीज, those 4-5 candidates. भूपेश, अमोल, जो भी है.
Understood, sir.
Yes, sir.
Clear?
Yes,
Okay.
clear.
Clear. Okay. True negative, true positive, false, false. Now let's come back to this 200. So what is this 200? Is it false negative or false positive? ये false तो हैं, हमें पता है, because their actual and predicted are not same, so they are false. But क्या ये false negative है या false positive? False negative. क्यों?
False negative.
दोनों बोल दो, कोई एक तो सही हो गई. False negative या positive? अच्छा, I'll give you one hint and then you tell me the answer. Suppose you have done a small crime, एक murder किया तुमने, but court says you are not guilty. Then what would society think about you? You would be taken as not guilty. अब answer करो. So the final answer is based upon your prediction.
Sir, prediction is positive, but it comes in the negative way.
So for these 200, answer is false.
Positive.
False positive, because final decision is where the prediction is. सिर्फ ये लाइन याद रखो. Final decision कहाँ पे है? जो prediction हो गया, बस बात खत्म. So these 200 people, they actually belong. These 200 people, they actually belong to N, but your machine have falsely predicted them under class Y. So false positive. Positive नहीं, but falsely they have been marked as positive. So if this is false positive, then this has to be false negative. Simple. कोई problem आया? So let's attach the same symbol over here. False positive and false negative. Again, the final decision is always based upon your prediction. So for true negative, true positive, the actual and predicted are same, so you don't have any confusion. But where your actual and predicted are not same, you will give the final decision would be based upon your prediction. Those 200, these 200 people, they actually belong to class N, but they are now falsely marked under your class Y. So false, positive. Another name of class Y is positive, this thing. Now tell me any doubt, any question. Again, I am saying whenever you are in confusion, final decision is based upon prediction. जो बाबा जी ने कह दिया, अब वही होने वाला है. बस गलत कहा या सही कहा, कोई मतलब नहीं. ठीक है. अच्छा, now let's come back to the accuracy. So what is accuracy? Now let's talk in terms of formula. So accuracy is nothing but, can I say it is nothing but your true negative plus true positive divided by everything, divided by your true negative plus true positive plus false negative plus false positive, right? Very simple formula. You can just correlate it. True negative plus true positive divided by true negative plus true positive plus false negative plus false positive, right? This is the formula of accuracy. No one will ever ask you the formula of accuracy because उसे पता है, तुम्हें पता है. ठीक है, it's very simple. For ये जो मैट्रिक्स ड्रॉ करी है वो मैंने एक्यूरेसी के लिए नहीं करी है, मैंने किसी और चीज के लिए करी है. ओके, नाउ वो कौन सी चीज के लिए करी है, वो इसके लिए करी है. that accuracy cannot be the only parameter to decide which model is good or bad. Okay, which model is good or bad. Now, let's talk about, so when I talk about class 1, how many records actually belong to class 1? Can I say 340 plus 50? 340 plus 50, they actually belong to class 1. And out of 340 plus 50, that is your 390, you have done the correct prediction for only for 50 records. Now, accuracy takes both of them, but I will use another formula, that is your TPR. That is your true positive ratio. True positive ratio. The formula for TPR is, अब ये formula है important, इसको तो पक्का note करना है. That is your true positive divided by true positive plus false negative. True positive divided by true positive plus false negative. So in this case, it would be equivalent to 50 divided by 50 plus 340. So can you notice the performance is multiplied by 100 and you get the answer. Okay. So it is 12.82. So true positive ratio is how many records actually belong to class 1 or how many records actually belong to positive class, and you have predicted them under positive. ये कुछ वैसा है, सपोज करो there were 300 patients, तुमने कितनों को सही पे डिटेक्ट किया, right? So if I have found the TPR for model A, let's find the TPR for model B also. So TPR for model B would be, किसको किससे डिवाइड कर देंगे? I will divide 280 divided by 280 plus 110 multiplied by 100 and you get the answer in percentage. 71.79%. So let's say if this was your COVID testing kit, so out of 340 plus 50 people, you would be giving treatment only to 50 people. But in model B, out of 390 people, you would be giving treatment to 280 people. So higher the accuracy, better is the model. If you are comparing two models only based upon the accuracy, then higher the accuracy, better is the model. But if you are comparing based upon the TPR, then higher the TPR, better is the model. TPR की केस में भी higher and accuracy की केस में भी higher. इसको please note down कर लो. Higher the TPR, better is the model. अब एक word और डाल रहा हूँ. Another name for TPR is recall. Another name for TPR is recall. अगर कोई पूछता है what is recall, then don't get confused. Recall is nothing but another name of TPR. दोनों का formula same, सब कुछ same. These are just two different names. Another name of TPR is your recall. So basically, TPR is used to judge the performance for your class 1. TPR is used to judge the performance for your class 1. इसको कुछ ऐसे समझो guys, जिसको अभी भी लग रहा है कि यार accuracy तो निकाल ली, फिर ये सब क्या TPR, PPR. Then there are two things which I will use. One is your accuracy cannot be the only parameter. Another thing is इसको तुम अपने life से compare करो. Suppose let's say there are two candidates, candidate A and candidate B, and one of them has got 90% marks, another one has got 93% marks, and they both are applying in your college for an engineering stream. Won't you like to see their marks further? तुम उनके deep down marks नहीं देखना चाहोगे? किसके मैथ्स में कितने हैं, किसके फिजिक्स में कितने? हो सकता है the person who is getting 90, who is claiming 93% marks, उसके मैथ्स एंड फिजिक्स में बहुत कम मार्क्स हो. And those two things are needed for the engineering course, right? So if you look only on the accuracy, you cannot say what is the performance for different classes. So I need to look at the performance of different classes. So for looking the performance of class P, I am using TPR. Another name of TPR is recall. Formula for TPR is 2 positive upon 2 positive plus false negative. Higher the TPR, better is the model. जब हमने TPR की बात करी तो हमने क्लास 1 पे फोकस किया, बट क्लास 0 का क्या? So for class 0, I will find the FPR. FPR is your false positive ratio. False positive. False positive ratio. Formula for FPR is simple. FP divided by FP plus TN. True negative. False positive upon false positive plus true negative.
सर
So
वो false positive की जगह true negative नहीं आएगा?
कहाँ पे?
False positive ratio में true negative upon false positive plus true negative.
False positive upon नीचे denominator में तुम बोल रहे हो? You are talking about this point?
Numerator.
No. You repeat your statement once again. I am not able to understand.
सर ये न्यूमरेटर में जो फॉल्स पॉजिटिव लिखा हुआ है आपने, यहाँ पे ट्रू नेगेटिव नहीं आएगा?
यहाँ पे ट्रू नेगेटिव नहीं आएगा? नहीं, यहाँ पे ट्रू नेगेटिव क्यों आएगा? नहीं आएगा, बिल्कुल नहीं आएगा. दिस फॉर्मूला इज एब्सोल्युटली राइट, डोंट वरी अबाउट इट. ठीक है. सो फॉल्स पॉजिटिव अपॉन फॉल्स पॉजिटिव प्लस ट्रू नेगेटिव. ठीक है. सो इन दिस केस द वैल्यूज वुड बी, फॉल्स पॉजिटिव की वैल्यूज कितनी? 200 है. 200 डिवाइडेड बाय 200 प्लस 5000 multiplied by 100 and you get the answer in percentage. यहाँ पे equal to लगा देता, यहाँ ऊपर आके लगा देता है. ठीक है. And let's put the formula over here also. So this is your FPR. FPR over here would be equal to your 600. 600 divided by 600 plus 4600 multiplied by 100. Actually इसको ब्रैकेट में लिखने की जरूरत नहीं. 600 into 100. 11.53. So this is the FPR. False positive ratio. False positive upon false positive plus true negative. Now, so higher the FPR, better is the model, or lower the FPR, better is the model? Lower the FPR, better is the model. Why? Because the false values are in numerator. So एक के लिए, so for class 1, I am checking the performance. I am checking the how accurate it is for class 1. For class 0, I am checking the error. एक में कितना एरर है, दूसरे में कितना पॉजिटिव है. एंड दैट इज व्हाई आई थिंक दैट कैंडिडेट वाज कंफ्यूज्ड कि क्लास 0 का भी हम एक्यूरेसी परसेंटेज निकालेंगे. ठीक है. सो एफपीआर. सो बेसिकली व्हाट इज एफपीआर? एफपीआर इज मेजरिंग द एरर फॉर योर क्लास 0. ध्यान से सुनो स्टेटमेंट को. एफपीआर इज मेजरिंग द एरर फॉर योर क्लास 0, ओनली फॉर योर क्लास 0. टीपीआर इज मेजरिंग द परफॉर्मेंस और द एक्यूरेसी ओनली फॉर योर क्लास 1. 2 सब्जेक्ट थे, दोनों को अलग अलग देखा और फिर एक्यूरेसी भी देखा. Now it means I can get a 360-degree view of my model. How is the performance for class 0? How is the performance for class 1? And what is your overall performance? तुम्हें किसी को एडमिशन देना है तो तुमने ये भी देखा कि उसके साइंस में कैसे नंबर हैं, इंग्लिश में कैसे हैं और ओवरऑल कैसे. अब तुम डिसाइड करो तुम्हें उसे अपने कॉलेज में एडमिशन देना है कि नहीं देना है. Only percentage cannot be the final criteria. So write one statement, lower the FPR, better is the model. Lower the FPR, better is the model. Take 2 minutes, 3 minutes, how many minutes? Try drawing this. These two confusion matrix, try writing these few lines, and then let's move with it. कोई confusion आया क्या? अभी आएगा. अभी 4th parameter या 5th parameter डालेंगे ना, तब आएगा. Which sentence? So lower the FPR, better is the model. Higher the TPR. TPR is used to measure the performance or the accuracy only for the class 1. FPR is used to find the error only for the class 0. एक में error निकाला, दूसरे में performance निकाला. So lower the error, better the model. Higher the performance, better the model. Guys, tell me any doubt, any question till this point. Okay. Okay. Yes. इस बार तुम्हारा क्वेश्चन अच्छा है. क्वेश्चन को रिपीट करो लाउड एंड क्लियर. अगर लोगों ने ये पॉइंट नहीं सोचा तो लोगों को सोचना चाहिए. रिपीट योर स्टेटमेंट वंस अगेन प्लीज ऑन माय रिक्वेस्ट. यस. Yes. 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 Okay. Okay. So let me repeat his statement once again for the online folks. So what this candidate is saying, he is saying for model A, the TPR is 12. And for model B, the TPR is 71, or you can say 72. For model A, the FPR is 3.8, or you can say 4%, and over here it is 11%, right? So if we compare the model based upon TPR, model B seems to be better. If we compare the model based upon FPR, then model A seems to be better. Then which one is the better one? कौन सा मॉडल अच्छा है? And what about accuracy? Accuracy तो तुमने बोला ही नहीं. So I can compare model based upon accuracy also, right? So can I have the accuracy numbers also for both of them? So what is the accuracy for model A? Come on, guys, quickly answer it. 90%. For model B? 87%. So if you compare based upon accuracy, model A is better. If you compare based upon FPR, again, model A seems to be better. But if you compare upon TPR, model B seems to be better. Now, which one is the better? कौन सा अच्छा है?
Model A.
Model A, and why?
Because false positive ratio is less comparative to B.
Okay. Confusion चालू हुआ क्या?
थोड़ा सा.
थोड़ा सा. Okay, I'm just waiting for everyone to think. सब लोग सोचो please. मैं तो इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर कर ही दूंगा. तुम लोग खुद सोचो. You have these three numbers. You have the models in front of you. तुम्हें इन दो में से कोई एक चूज करना है. At the end, you have to choose any one of them. You cannot choose both of them. कौन सा चूज करोगे और क्यों? कौन सा और क्यों? अच्छा, think थोड़ा और सोचो. जितना ज्यादा सोचोगे उतना ज्यादा कंफ्यूजन मिटेगा. Now, see, answer to this question is not very difficult. Answer to this question is very simple. You remember two lines and you would always take a correct decision. One is, the first statement is choose a model which is balanced, or which is more balanced, you can say, which is balanced. Another is, I have already answered that part. Choose the model which meets your requirement, and requirement is mapped to your problem statement. That's simple. Keep these two things in mind and you have the right answer. Choose a model which is kind of balanced. Choose a model which meets your requirement. Requirement is mapped to your problem statement. Now, keep these two things in mind and let's revisit this model. कहाँ गया? यही था नहीं? Sheet 5 पे था. ठीक है? बस ये दो लाइन से याद रखो and you have the right answer. Now, come to this model. See, let's compare model A and B, and now you can tell me. So for model A and B, can I say in terms of accuracy, model B are near about? They have a difference of 3%. In terms of FPR, there is a difference of 3% and 12%. But in terms of TPR, do you notice there is a very big difference? 5 गुना से ज़्यादा का difference है. So 12 and 71, there is a very big difference. So if you compare your model A and B based upon the TPR, then do you notice out of 390 people who actually belong to class 1, you are catching only 50 of them. In model B, out of 390, you are catching 280. Right? Do you notice that model B is working good for both class 0 also and class 1 also? इतनी चीज सबको समझ में आ रही है? Model B is working good for class 0 also and class 1 also. Model A is working super for your class 0, but it is failing horribly for your class 1. तुम एक ऐसा मॉडल क्यों चाहते हो जो सिर्फ एक कैटेगरी के लिए अच्छा काम कर रहा है? उसको तो दोनों के लिए करना चाहिए ना. It should be kind of balance. So for example, keep this thing in mind. Let me open another tab. Let me say you are working as a manager in a bank and your work is to approve, either to approve or reject the loan. ठीक है? Suppose करो तुम्हारे बैंक में बहुत से fraud हो गए थे, लोगों ने fraud कर डाला. And now you are coming from that background कि नहीं, अब fraud नहीं होने देंगे. So fraud normally, how the fraud will happen? When you will give a loan to a person who is not likely to pay back. So let me say approve, or let me say reject. You are rejecting the loan and you are approving the loan. Reject and approve. Okay. So And from left to right, if you see your actual. And from top to bottom, if you see your predicted. Okay. Now, if you can people find the accuracy for this model? Accuracy for this model would be 1256 plus 60 divided by everything. The accuracy का number निकाल के बताओ. How much? 85%. Okay, so someone is saying accuracy is 85%. So 85% accuracy is a quite high accuracy, right? Now, अब जरा इसके pros and cons सोचो. Think you are a bank manager, and what will happen to your branch? तुम्हारे ब्रांच के साथ अब क्या होने वाला है? क्या ताला लगने वाला है ब्रांच पे? और अगर हाँ तो क्यों? क्या ब्रांच पे ताला लगने वाला है? सोचो. So for these two people, you have done the correct prediction. For these 30 and this 30, you have done the wrong prediction. What is this 190? Their loan should have been actually approved, but your model has rejected it. उनका लोन अप्रूव करना चाहिए था, but you have rejected it. So it means they will not do any further business with you. They were the customers who were good customers for your bank or for your branch, but you are denying the loan to them. तुमने लोन डिनाई किया, but it doesn't mean they will not go to any other bank. वो कहीं और तो जाएंगे ना, and probably that bank will give them the loan. So basically, what is happening? You are losing the business. Accuracy is good for the model, but do you notice that model is doing horribly bad for this class approved? So 190 plus 60, when 250 people apply for the loan, you are giving loan only to 60 people. You are losing a huge amount of business. But your model is doing very good for your class rejection. तुम बहुत सारे parameters जांच रहे हो. You are checking many parameters before approving the loan. So it means chances of rejecting the good loans are also high. Right? So whenever when the loan of the person should have been rejected, you are rejecting the loan. It means you are taking very less amount of risk. You are taking very less amount of risk. There are only 30 such candidates who have got the loan who should have not got the loan. So when it comes to the rejection, your model is very good. So the chances of fraud will decrease, but chances of growth will also decrease. जब तुम लोन दोगे ही नहीं तो बैंक आगे बढ़ेगा कैसे? Because the main business of bank itself is to give loan and get the interest. उस पैसे का क्या करोगे जो तुम्हारे अकाउंट में पड़ा है? Because you have to pay the interest to the depositors, but you are not giving any loan. So from where will bank earn the money? Do you notice? So model is doing very good for your accuracy, but it is failing for your class approved. So let's say if you have very less amount of money, then probably you go ahead and use this model. When let's say economic conditions are bad and you think that most of the businesses will make a fraud, then you should use this model. But when economy is growing and most of the businesses are flourishing, and then if you deny the loan to the people, you are making a mistake. तुम्हारे competitors तुमसे बहुत आगे निकल जाएंगे. So is this thing getting clear? That how to decide a model? Model should be balanced, and then it should be mapped to your problem statement. अगर मैं इसका ठीक एक उल्टा एग्जांपल ले लूं, just for your understanding purpose, let me put some numbers. Now, what about this scenario? What about this scenario? So can people find the accuracy first? First of all, please find the accuracy.
Eighty-one percent.
81%. Okay. Accuracy is 81%. So in terms of accuracy, this model is also quite good. Or if I want, I can increase the accuracy furthermore. But what is the drawback of this model? Yes, can you notice because of this 500 number, your bank is taking a huge amount of risk. What are these 500 people? For these 500 people, you should have actually rejected the loan, but you are approving the loan. It means you are giving loan to the risky people. पैसा दे तो दोगे, वापस नहीं आएगा. But since you are giving loan very freely, the chances are that you will give loan to the risky people. That is one risk. But you are giving loan to some 400 people out of 460 people who apply for loan. You are giving loan to 400 people. It means your chances of growth are very high, but chances of risk are also very high. भाई simple concept है, गाड़ी तेज दौड़ाओगे, accident का chance बढ़ जाएगा. ठीक है? Remember, degree of freedom, only one thing is in your control. तुम जैसे ही एक चीज पकड़ोगे, दूसरी चीज तुम्हारे हाथ से जाएगी. जीवन में पाना खोना चलता है ना, वही सेम चीज तुम्हें कंफ्यूजन मैट्रिक्स को दिखेगी. When you try to grow your organization fast, chances of errors will also increase. Chances of defaults are also increased. Now you would be knowing the financial condition of your bank. तुम्हारे बैंक का मेन एम क्या है? Whether you want to approve most of the loans or whether you want to reject most of the loans. Whether you want to grow fast or whether you want to grow slow. Whether you want to take more risk or low risk. वो चीज तुम्हें पता होगी, प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट अपना. Based upon that, probably you will decide that which confusion matrix I should prefer. Okay, so it should be mapped to your problem statement and should also be balanced. Balance means it should be working good for both the classes. ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ किसी एक के लिए अच्छा और एक के लिए बहुत खराब. Okay. Now take 2-3 minutes, try drawing this or whatever. Yeah. तुम्हारा क्वेश्चन आंसर हुआ? Okay, so I give you two confusion matrix. Model A. ये question answer कर दो and go for your break. सही आंसर कर दो. You have two models, model A and model B. Before you say anything, which one is better or which one is not, read what I'm going to write. So now you guys are mature enough to make your answer or the statement based upon your problem statement. मॉडल वो बेटर है जो मेरे रिक्वायरमेंट को मीट कर रहा है. ठीक है. सपोज करो तुम्हारे घर में कुक है जो कभी आता है कभी नहीं आता है बट खाना अच्छा बनाता है, तो उसको तुम नहीं रखोगे बिकॉज इट डजंट मीट योर रिक्वायरमेंट. तुम्हारा रिक्वायरमेंट है 2 वक्त की रोटी मिल जाए बट वो तुम्हें हफ्ते में सिर्फ 2 दिन मिलती है. ठीक है. नाउ सो कीप दैट थिंग इन माइंड एंड लेट्स सी द प्रॉब्लम. You are working for a telecom major. Okay, कैसा चार्ज होता? Yes. You are working for a telecom major. कोई बड़ी कंपनी इमेजिन कर लो, वोडाफोन, आइडिया तो खैर बंद हो गया, और कोई भी इंटरनेशनल कंपनी, टेलीकॉम मेजर. एंड देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम दैट मेनी customers leave. They leave as in they move to some another one. Okay, people keep on hopping. Many customers leave, and you want to find those customers which are likely to leave, so that you can take some preventive action. And preventive action can be, so if you want to prevent the customer from leaving, तो तुम क्या preventive action लोगे? You will offer him some freebie. You will offer him some Amazon subscription, or you may offer him some additional data card or additional talk time or something. You will put some message to honest this. If you subscribe, if you continue for 2 more months, you would be getting this offer and whatever, right? Now, class 0 indicates person is not leaving or not likely to leave, and 1 is he is likely to leave. He is likely to leave. Now you think which model is better. I give you one hint. When you are thinking, think from a very higher side. Higher side as in you have many customers. You have millions and billions of customers. And you have built a model on some few thousand people. He is likely to leave. Now tell me which one is better and which one is not. So when you are targeting the customers, again I am repeating the hint. When you are thinking, think on a very larger scale. थोड़ी देर के लिए वोडाफोन या जियो को मान लो, which have millions and millions of customers. And then you come to your answer. कौन सा मॉडल अच्छा है और क्यों? This time I have also given you the problem statement. And again I want to from everyone and the supporting First of all, try finding your accuracy, precision, sorry, accuracy, or FPR and TPR. Try finding your accuracy, TPR and FPR. Answer so that is just a hint. Try comparing them, the model is from the parameters, and then try to decide. Try to see your problem, then decide. You want to any more information side? एक और हिंट देता हूँ अब तक जो पैरामीटर यूज कर रहे हैं उससे शायद आंसर नहीं आएगा तो द राइट आंसर विल नॉट बी कमिंग फ्रॉम एक्यूरेसी TPR and FPR think beyond those big numbers right answer will not be coming from accuracy TPR and FPR कुछ और भी आपको पता है माइंड थोड़ा और मतलब व्हाट इज योर थिंकिंग राइट नाउ take 2 more minutes write down one answer on senior notebook that is also the mind move fast writing on something and then Okay, so let's start. So first of all, those who are in online mode, guys, come on, answer this. A or B and why? I'm also start to.
Sir, in model B,
Model B and
uh,
supporting statement.
more live, मतलब ज्यादा लोग छोड़ कर गए और as compared to B, in A less live.
Okay, ठीक है. Next person from online. Amol, you can go on mute. Next person कौन है?
Sir,
Siddharth, yes.
sir, model A is more accurate.
Okay,
Because
ठीक है.
sir, FPR is like likely to less, so model with comparison to B is more good. And if we see as an error margin, then also A is good.
Okay. Next person from online, quickly unmute and speak. और कौन है ऑनलाइन वाला? भूपेश सोलंकी.
Sir, I think the model will be good because its accuracy is high and APR also high.
Okay, ठीक है भूपेश. So he is saying model B. Okay, next person online में जो. ठीक है भूपेश, you can go on mute.
I think model A.
Model A. Okay, ठीक है. Fair enough. ठीक है. You both can go on mute. Bhupesh and this. What about those who are in class? Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay, ठीक है. So you are supporting model B. The statement. Action is taken based upon your predictions. So in model A, you would be taking action on how many people? Only 50 or 200 plus 50? Okay. Next person. So you are saying model B because of accuracy. But accuracy तो मैंने already बोला ना, accuracy cannot be the only parameter. तो उसके beyond at least सोच लेते. Last person. Model A, supporting statement. Okay. वहां से start करो please. Supporting statement. Okay, next person please. And why? Next, please. Model B. And why B? Okay. Next. And why? Because higher the DPI, better the model. Okay. A, ठीक है. Why? Okay, ठीक है. See, those who have said B, they are right, but किसी का भी supporting statement right नहीं है. Answer तो B है, but why B? No one has given the right answer. ठीक है. So you will soon understand that why B. And remember, I had said based upon your problem statement. कितने लोगों ने प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट के बेस पे निकाला? प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट के बेसिस पे सोचा था. ठीक है. So answer तो B है, but why B? Let's do one thing. Let's quickly compare the model. Let me say model A and model B. I hope people have the numbers. Can I have the accuracy for both the models? A का accuracy कितना है? 90. B का? B का भी 90 है. B का 92 है. अच्छा ठीक है. And what is the TPR for both of them?
एक 12 71.
ये नंबर्स मैंने कुछ चेंज कर दिए थे. आई होप उन्होंने पुराने नंबर्स नहीं यूज किए हैं. What is FPR?
3.8.
3.8. And for B?
5.8.
5.8. Okay, ठीक है. So on basis accuracy for model B is only 82%. I don't agree. ज्यादा होनी चाहिए.
92 sir.
92 sir, 92.
92, हाँ. So in terms of accuracy, probably model A is scoring. Sorry, model B is scoring. In terms of TPR, model B. In terms of FPR, model A. Lower the FPR, but as a model. So my mind says कि model B accuracy TPR पे अच्छा है, and for FPR the model A is better. ठीक है. But over here the numbers may be supporting your model B, but whatever statements you guys have given for supporting are not correct. So what I'm saying, you are working for a telecom major and there is a problem that many customers are leaving and you want to find those customers who are likely to leave so that you can take a preventive action. And do you notice that preventive action, any preventive action would come with a cost? क्या किसी ने कॉस्ट के बारे में सोचा था अपना आंसर निकालते टाइम? रुपए पैसे की बात मन में आई थी? सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट तो वही है लाइफ में. ठीक है. कंपनी के लिए, अगर तुम लोग के लेना था कोई साधु महात्मा है तो ठीक है. प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन, एनी प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन विल कम विद अ कॉस्ट and also with time. Suppose if you are saying that I will send the messages to those customers who are likely to leave, so even if the process is automated, then also it will take some time. Or if customer care person is going to call, then customer care team will take some time. In model A, you will take preventive action on how many people? In model A, you will take the preventive action on this 250 people. Why? Because your model is saying that these people are likely to leave. Final outcome is always based upon the prediction. So it means you will take action on 250 people. In model B, you are going to take action on 300 plus 280, that is your 580 people. But out of 250 people, which your model says is likely to leave, only 50 are likely to leave. It means you would be wasting your time and money on these 200 people. Let's say even if you are giving a 25 rupee free recharge, then these 200 people were not likely to leave, but तुमने उनको भी free recharge दे दिया, तो पैसे की बर्बादी है, right? So it means for every 50 customers whom you are targeting, you are wasting money for 200 people. आप समझ में आ रहा है धीरे से? Now come same, put the same thing in your Model B. For every 280 customers who are likely to leave, you are targeting 300 customers. So do you notice the hit ratio is very high in your model B? इसको कुछ ऐसे सोचो जिसको अभी भी समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. Suppose करो you want to sell a laptop and you are a salesman, तुम target कर रहे हो. You are targeting some 1,000 customers. But वो सारे customers village में रहने वाले थे where even electricity is not there. So don't you think it is wastage of time and money? वो खरीदने वाला नहीं है, तुम उसको चाहे कुछ भी कर लो. ठीक है. Compared to a scenario, you target only 30 customers who were living in city and they were, let's say, IT professionals. तुमने डेटा ऐसा निकाला जो लोगों के शहर का डेटा था और IT professionals का था. Now, where do you think? Out of 30, I think maybe 3 or 4 may convert. So you are targeting few customers, but your success ratio is quite high. In the upper one, you are targeting huge number of people, but success ratio would be very less. टारगेट तो तुम बहुत कर रहे हो, मेहनत तो कर रहे हो. ये कुछ ऐसा है कि पढ़ाई तो कर रहे हो लेकिन सिलेबस की नहीं, कुछ और पढ़ लिया. मैथ्स का पेपर था, मराठी पढ़ ली. ठीक है, या वाइस वर्सा. नाउ कीप दिस थिंग इन माइंड and again come to this example. So over here in this thing, you are targeting 250 people. Out of these 200 people, they were not likely to leave. So it means when you target them, you are wasting your time and money also. You will give them some free offer which should not have been given. And in this one, you are targeting 580 customers. Out of these 580 customers, 280 were likely to leave. So you are wasting money only for 300. So what is the hit ratio? Agar main, before using the exact word, if I say hit ratio for model A would be equal to 50 divided by 50 plus 200. Am I right? Hit ratio is only 20% if I multiply it by 100. सक्सेस रेशियो से कितना आएगा? 20%. ठीक है. एंड ओवर हियर हिट रेशियो वुड बी हाउ मच? इट वुड बी इक्वल टू 280 डिवाइडेड बाय 280 प्लस 300 मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 100. 48.27. 48% का सक्सेस रेशियो इज अ वेरी बिग सक्सेस रेशियो इन मार्केटिंग और इन सेल्स. अगर तुम 100 कस्टमर टारगेट करो, 48 कन्वर्ट हो जाए, तब तो बात ही क्या है, जिंदगी बन जाएगी तुम्हारी. ठीक है. नॉर्मली सक्सेस रेशियो बहुत कम होता है. ठीक है. नाउ सो इफ आई सी द हिट रेशियो और द सक्सेस रेशियो, डू यू नोटिस अ बिग डिफरेंस बिटवीन योर मॉडल ए एंड मॉडल बी? सो इन मॉडल ए, एंड नाउ इमेजिन you are using the same model for 1 lakh customers. Imagine you are using this model for, I will not say 1 lakh customer, but in your real life, number of customers will not be these few thousand. Suppose karo you are having 10 lakh customers. 10,000 lakh, 10 lakh. You are having 10 lakh customers. So iska 20% क्या हो जाएगा? This would be equal to 0.2 into, or let me say into 0.8. Of 0.2 into this thing, 2 lakh. So when you target 2 lakh customers, only 2 lakh are converting. So it means you would be wasting time and money for 8 lakh people. And over here, again, if I take the same base, you would be targeting 4,80,000 people. And your wastage would only be 5,20,000. Do you notice? यहाँ पे वेस्टेज कितने का आएगा? 8 लाख का आएगा. ठीक है. सो इन मॉडल ए, अगर मॉडल ए यूज करोगे ना तो थोड़े दिन में मैनेजर तुम पे चिल्लाने वाला है, ये किस टाइप का मॉडल है. 4 महीने कैंपेन रन होने के बाद वो तुम्हारे पास आएगा, अगर तुमने कंपनी छोड़ नहीं दी होगी तब तक. ठीक है, अगर छोड़ दिया तो कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है. So in model A, the cost involved and the time involved and the effort involved is very high. In model B, the success ratio is high, the time and money involved is less. Now, whatever I have written over here, the technical name for this is your precision. Technical name for it is precision. जिसको मैंने hit ratio बोला, this hit ratio is nothing but I have used for explanation. From here onwards, you will use the word precision. Formula for precision is true positive divided by true positive plus false positive. TP upon TP plus FP. कितने पॉजिटिव थे, तुमने कितने पता लगाए? I'll not say that thing, कितने थे. So when you're predicting few positives, how many of them were false positives also? True positive upon true positive plus false positive. So in this case, what would be your precision? Precision would be 50 upon 50 plus 200. Precision is nothing but 20 over here in terms of percentage. Precision over here is how much? हमने already निकाला है ना, 48.27. So it is your, let me say, I'm just rounding off to 48%. And higher the precision, better is the model. जब तुम्हें customers को target करना है, तो make a note. Whenever you want to target the customers, you should always prefer the precision. You should always prefer the precision when you want to target the customer. And always remember this example. ये गांव वाला example and laptop वाला example. In गांव laptop वाला example में your precision is very low. Out of 1,000 people, only 1 or 2 may probably buy. You are wasting in time and money for the people who are not likely to buy or whatever. Bhupesh, go on mute. Okay, so higher the precision, better is the model. Now guys, take a break. कोई कंफ्यूजन आया? अभी 2 चीजें और बची कंफ्यूजन मैट्रिक्स पे, 3 चीजें, 4 चीजें, फिर कंफ्यूजन मैट्रिक्स एंड होगा. थोड़ा थोड़ा है, कोई बात नहीं. माइंड हैंग तो रीस्टार्ट कर लो माइंड को. बट ये चीज तुम लोग ने नोटिस करा है, इट इज नथिंग स्पेसिफिक टू डेटा साइंस. लाइफ में हर समय ऐसी चीजें देखते ही होगे. यू वांट टू चूज अ थिंग व्हिच इज बैलेंस. तुम एक ऐसी टेस्टिंग किट तो नहीं बनाना चाहोगे ना जो सबको पॉजिटिव बोलती हो या सबको नेगेटिव बोलती हो, राइट? यू वांट अ बैलेंस इन योर लाइफ. Okay, so it is 11:15. Let's meet at 11:45. आधा घंटे का प्रॉपर ब्रेक दे रहा हूँ. Let's meet at 11:45. 11:45 I'll start. Make sure everyone is back over. Actually, it is more than 30 minutes. It's around 37 minutes. Yes, someone was saying something.
सर, जो फॉल्स पॉजिटिव रेशियो और प्रिसीजन है, तो हमने अभी बोला कि प्रिसीजन अगर हायर होगा तो बेटर मॉडल होगा, तो हमने अभी सर ये भी तो बोला था कि फॉल्स पॉजिटिव रेशियो जितना कम होगा उतना मॉडल बेटर होगा. तो सर उसके अकॉर्डिंग मॉडल ए और मॉडल बी में से मॉडल ए को भी तो देख सकते हैं ना वापिस.
हाँ, बट तुमने तो मेरे स्टेटमेंट का सिर्फ एक पार्ट पकड़ा ना. मैंने तो साथ में ये भी बोला था ना कि मॉडल इज जस्ट बेस्ड अपॉन योर मॉडल परफॉर्मेंस. सॉरी, मॉडल इज जस्ट बेस्ड अपॉन योर मॉडल, योर प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट और द रिक्वायरमेंट. तुम्हारा रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है उसके बेसिस पे जज करोगे ना. तुम्हें अपने टीम में एक प्लेयर चुनना है एंड यू हैव टू चूज बिटवीन 2 प्लेयर, 1 बैट्समैन 1 बॉलर. You will choose based upon the requirement. अगर तुम्हारी टीम में बैट्समैन का स्लॉट खाली है तो बैट्समैन चूज करोगे, अगर बॉलर का तो बॉलर का चूज करोगे. Just because one of them is a great player, you will not choose them, right? So first thing is model is choose based upon your problem statement. ये देखो इतनी बड़ी लाइन लिखी तो है, और यहाँ पे हमारा प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट क्या है? I want to target the customers. And when you are targeting the customers will come with a cost and time, right? And keep one thing in mind, no organization has infinite amount of money. Okay, money is limited to them. Okay. So based upon your requirement, model B seems to be quite better. Okay.
Okay, sir.
I hope you have noted these two lines. Okay, guys. So take your break and I'll go and do it for some time. Okay, guys, so let's get started. Fine. Okay, so बाकी लोग कब तक आएंगे भाई? It's already half an hour से तो ज़्यादा हो गया. It's already 14 minutes. Okay, so any doubt, any questions till this point, guys? कोई doubt है, कोई question है? No? Okay. So again, I am repeating, whenever you want to decide which model is better, always focus on these two statements. Bas. Choose a model which is balanced, choose a model which meets your requirement. Okay, bas. इसके अलावा और कुछ भी नहीं. Now let's move to some another matrix. Those who have joined online, guys, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let's see one graph, TPR and FPR. TPR and FPR. So I have taken TPR on my y-axis. I have taken FPR on my x-axis. So whichever thing you take on y, it means that depends upon your x. It also implies that your TPR is dependent upon your FPR. Can I have a quick answer? What would be the range of TPR? TPR की range कितनी होगी? Formula देख के बताओ please. What would be the range of TPR? चाय पी के आए हो?
0 to 1.
0 to 1. Yes. The range of FPR would also be between your 0 to 1 because denominator is more than numerator. And same thing will hold true for your accuracy. Whether you are talking about accuracy, TPR, FPR, precision, all of them would be between your 0 to 1 because denominator is likely to be more than your numerator. Right? So obviously this point is 0 and this is 1. And let me say 0 and 1. So it means whatever I do, the graph, whatever graph I get, it would be between this sphere. It would be within this box. 0, 7, right? Let me do one more thing. Let me take these numbers and put it over there. Okay. Let's mark all of them as white. So when you are finding the TPR, formula for TPR is true positive upon true positive plus false negative. यही है formula TPR का? Yes. So it means when I am finding the TPR, I am using these two numbers, जिनको मैंने blue में mark किया. बता रहे, समझ में आ रहा है? When I am finding TPR, I am using these two numbers. True positive upon true positive plus false negative. When I am finding the FPR, the formula I am using is, I am saying false positive divided by false positive plus true negative. It means when I am finding the FPR, I am using these two. I am using these two numbers. जो numbers yellow में mark किए हैं, वो FPR में यूज हो रहे हैं, जो ब्लू में मार्क किए हैं वो TPR में यूज हो रहा है। नाउ अब ध्यान से सुनना मेरी क्वेश्चन। लेट मी से your sample size changes, and instead of 4,800, let me say if this is 5,800 and this is, instead of this, let me say this is 400. So now only your FPR will change, your TPR will not change. Yes or no? If I change the numbers which I have marked in yellow, then only your FPR is gonna change, but TPR is not gonna change. If I change the numbers which I have marked in blue, only your TPR will change, but FPR will not change. TPR is true positive ratio. What is true positive ratio? How many people actually belong to class 1? And out of those people, how many you have predicted them as 1? What is FPR? It is your error ratio, false ratio. You have done the false prediction for how many people who actually belong to class 0. जो class 0 में belong करते थे, उनके लिए तुमने कितनी error की है? That is your FPR. TPR is how much is accuracy only for your class 1. So can I say when I am finding the TPR, I am using I am using these numbers, the people who actually belong to class 1. When I am finding FPR, I am using these numbers, people who actually belong to class 0 and all those things. So can I say that TPR, when I am calculating TPR, there is no role of FPR. And when I am finding FPR, there is no role of TPR. इससे सब लोग एग्री करते हो? Yes? Okay. बड़े अच्छे लोग हो तुम लोग, मेरी हर बात पे एग्री करते हो। अगर इससे एग्री कर रहे हो तो फिर इस ग्राफ को कैसे बिल्ड करोगे? Over here I am taking TPR on my y-axis and FPR on my x-axis. And if you are saying there is no relation between TPR and FPR, then how can you even plot those things? Because when you are taking TPR on your y-axis and FPR on your x-axis, it means TPR depends upon your FPR. But you are saying there is no relationship between TPR and FPR. So relationship आएगी कैसे? And this graph which I am going to draw is your AU-ROC. ये कोई मन गणन ग्राफ नहीं है जो मैं ड्रॉ करने जा रहा हूँ. It is again a evaluation parameter. AU-ROC stands for your area under the curve. इसको नोट डाउन कर लो. Area under the curve. Area under curve. ROC is receiving operating characteristic. वो याद मत रखो, but it is area under the curve. And in this, again keep one thing in mind. In ROC curve, TPR would always be on your y-axis. इसको तुम change नहीं कर सकते. TPR would always be on your y-axis and FPR on your x-axis. So it means if I want to draw a curve between TPR and FPR, there has to be some relationship between your TPR and FPR. Tell me one thing. Can I draw a line or a point between my height, between my, let me say, age and height? क्या age and height में कोई relation होगी? Keeping in mind that age is from, let's say, 0 to 15. एक बच्चे की age की हम बात कर रहे हैं. So there would be a relationship between your age and height. But let's say age is of human beings and height is of tiger. तो क्या draw करोगे? Age and height तो अभी भी है. So if you want to draw, you can draw. But does it make any sense कि height तो इंसान की ली और weight tiger का ले लिया? So if you are saying there is no relationship between FPR and TPR, तो ये graph आएगा कैसे? Ideally, I should not be drawing that graph. अब जरा सोचो कैसे आएगा वो graph. मैं एक हिंट देता हूं. सो मैथमेटिकली, नाउ लिसन टू माय स्टेटमेंट केयरफुली. मैथमेटिकली देयर doesn't seems to be any relationship between FPR and TPR. फॉर्मूला देखोगे तो रिलेशनशिप नहीं दिखेगी, अगर मन की आंखों से देखोगे तो दिखने लगेगी. थोड़ा सोचो. And the hint is data is coming from real life. So whatever complexity you see in real life would be reflected in the data. So formula wise there doesn't seem to be any relation. But ये relation आएगी कहां से? तुम अगर कोई आर्टिकल देखोगे ना तो वो तुम्हें सिर्फ AU ROC बता के निकल जाएगा. बट वो AU ROC में रिलेशन कैसे आ रही शायद कोई नहीं बताएगा. अब सोचो कहां से आएगी रिलेशनशिप. फॉर्मूला वाइज तो नहीं. अच्छा ये बताओ सबको क्वेश्चन समझ में आया? हाँ क्वेश्चन समझ में आया तो स्टार्ट थिंकिंग. सोचो. अपने अंदर झांक के देखो और आंसर आ जाएगा. भगवान बुद्ध बन जाओ तुम लोग. अपने अपने अंदर झांको, आंसर विल स्टार्ट pouring. अच्छा लेट मी डू सम हैंड होल्डिंग. कुछ थोड़ी सी तुम लोग को मैं राइट डायरेक्शन में जाने की कोशिश करता हूँ. Remember just before the break I had said something. Amount of freedom you have, how many variables you can control. उस डायरेक्शन में जाओ. पढ़ा? प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट नहीं है. प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट यहाँ पे मैं कोई दे नहीं रहा हूँ. My question is beyond problem statement. My question is, when you see the formula, there doesn't seems to be any relationship between TPR and FPR, because whichever variables I am using in TPR, I am not using in FPR. In TPR, I am using true positive and false negative, but those two are not used in your FPR. And I am in FPR, I am using false positive and true negative. Those things are not used in TPR. So formula wise, they are not using any variable which is common to both of them. So formula wise, they seem to be independent. But I can create a graph between TPR and FPR. It means formula में तो नहीं, but somewhere the relationship is existing. कैसे? How is TPR a function of FPR? दोनों के बीच में relation क्यों है? Formula wise तो नहीं है, but वो कहाँ से आएगी? FPR भी performance measure करता है. FPR is also an evaluation matrix. You can select a model which has low FPR if FPR is important for you. If TPR is important for you, you can select a model which has high TPR. If accuracy is most important for you, you select a model which has high accuracy. If precision is more important for you, you select a model which has high precision. Remember, model is just based upon the problem statement. Problem statement is mapped to your requirement. FPR lower होगा तो मॉडल अच्छा होगा, TPR ज्यादा होगा तो मॉडल अच्छा होगा. So formula में, see, in TPR I am using true positive and false negative. These two variables are not used in your FPR. In FPR I am using false positive and true negative. These are not used in your TPR. It means both TPR and FPR are not using any variable which is common to both of them. तो फिर रिलेशन कैसे आएगी? करेक्ट, करेक्ट, बिल्कुल सही. एक क्लास 1 की एक्यूरेसी मेजर करता है, एक क्लास 0 की एरर मेजर करता है. इसको कुछ ऐसा समझो, लेट्स से यू आर बिल्डिंग, तुम्हारे पास दो सब्जेक्ट हैं. एक है तुम्हारे पास लेट्स से इंग्लिश सब्जेक्ट है और एक है तुम्हारे पास मैथ्स है. ठीक है, यू टेक एनी वन ऑफ देम एज क्लास 0, एनी वन ऑफ देम एज क्लास 1. ठीक है, दैट इज योर चॉइस. लेट्स से, though this example is not a very good example, but still let me say, so let's say in English you are finding how much mistake I have made. In maths you are saying how much accurate I was there. So suppose in English you are saying how much error I made. So मैं English में let's say you got 80 marks out of 100. Then you are saying 20 over here. 20 was my error. In maths you got 90 out of 100. So you are putting 90 over here. ऐसा है. तो क्या मैथ्स और इंग्लिश में कोई कनेक्शन है? मैथ्स और इंग्लिश में क्या कोई कनेक्शन है? मैथ्स और इंग्लिश में कोई कनेक्शन नहीं है. सोचो, अगर होता नहीं तो पूछते क्यों? है, बहुत गहरा कनेक्शन है. क्या मैथ्स में नंबर लाना और इंग्लिश में नंबर लाने के बीच में कोई कनेक्शन हो सकता है? आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट ओवरऑल, आई एम टॉकिंग इंडिविजुअली. द मार्क्स यू गेट इन इंग्लिश एंड द मार्क्स यू गेट इन मैथ्स, क्या ये 100% इंडिपेंडेंट है? नहीं है. वाई? बिकॉज तुम्हारे पास टाइम तो लिमिटेड है ना. अगर तुमने मैथ्स ज्यादा पढ़ी होगी, इट मींस इंग्लिश के लिए टाइम कम दिया होगा. आर यू गेटिंग माय पॉइंट? क्या खाना खाने और वेट लॉस में कोई कनेक्शन है? है. ज्यादा खाओगे तो वेट बढ़ जाएगा. तो ज्यादा खाना तो तुम्हारे हाथ में है, बट वेट गेन और लूज फिश है तुम्हारे हाथ में नहीं. ज्यादा देर सोगे तो क्लास में लेट आ जाओगे. तो सोना इज इन योर हैंड, but coming late or on time is probably not in your hand. If you keep on adding the batsman in your cricket team, batting will improve, but then bowling will automatically start going down. Agree करते हो इस पॉइंट को? अगर क्लास में पढ़ाई अच्छे से करोगे तो सक्सेस रेशियो बढ़ने लगेगा. नहीं करोगे तो सक्सेस रेशियो जाने लगेगा. Do you notice only one thing you can control? If you are very strict in rejecting the loans or approving the loans, if you are very strict in approving the loans, then number of defaults will come down, but you will start losing on business. अगर तुम बैटिंग बहुत धीरे कर रहे हो तो आउट तो नहीं होगे, बट रन रेट कम आ जाएगा. कोई भी लाइफ में ऐसी चीज सोचो जहां पे दोनों चीजें तुम कंट्रोल कर सकते हो. कोई ऐसी चीज है? ज्यादा पैसा कमाओगे तो फैमिली से दूर हो जाओगे, फैमिली के पास रहोगे तो पैसा कम कमाओगे. सोचो, कोई ऐसी चीज सोचो वेयर यू हैव एडवांटेज फ्रॉम बोथ द साइड. सोच के देखो, क्या कोई ऐसी चीज है वेयर यू गेन फ्रॉम बोथ द साइड? यू डोंट हैव टू डू बैलेंसिंग. सोचो. मेरी नजर में तो नहीं है. तुम लोग कोई एग्जांपल सोच के देखो वेयर अगर तेज गाड़ी चलाओगे तो जल्दी पहुंचोगे, बट भगवान के पास पहुंचने भी शायद जल्दी हो जाए. एवरेज बिल्डिंग उसने टेक्निकल डाल दिया जाए. सो गाड़ी तेज चलाओगे, टाइम टेकन वुड बी लेस, बट रिस्क वुड बी हाई. पैसा ज्यादा कमाओगे तो खोने का भी डर बढ़ता जाएगा। और इफ यू आर अर्निंग मोर मनी प्रॉब्ली यू आर पुटिंग मोर एफर्ट। कोई ऐसी चीज सोचो वेयर यू आर हैविंग एडवांटेज फ्रॉम बोथ दी साइड। सोच के देखो कोई ऐसी चीज है। So when you say there is no connection between English and maths, there is a connection because you have only 24 hours in your hand. So if you are putting more time in maths, it means you are putting less time in English. So marks in maths will increase and in English they will start to decrease. If you keep on adding batsmen, so batting will get improved, but bowling will start to degrade. और कोई चीज सोचो। Take any example where you don't have to do the balancing. कुछ पाने के लिए कुछ खोना पड़ता है, याद है? याद है? सुना ही होगा पहले भी। बिल्कुल वही सेम कंसेप्ट टीपीआर एफपीआर में लगता हुआ दिखेगा। एग्जैक्टली सेम कंसेप्ट। नाउ स्टार्ट थिंकिंग, अब क्या इसमें रिलेशन, कैसे आएगी रिलेशन? Exactly same relation will be seen in your confusion matrix because confusion matrix is built on the data, and whatever problems or issues you have in your data, they would be reflected in your models. TPR बढ़ेगा तो अच्छा देखो कैसे होगा। नाउ सपोज करो you keep on adding batsmen to your team. Okay. So what is the obvious thing? Obvious thing is batting will improve. Batting will improve. But bowling will go down. Bowling will go down. But as a captain, do you want bowling to go down very heavily? नहीं ना. What is your aim? Your aim is कि bowling भी अच्छी हो और batting भी अच्छी हो. Aim तो यही है ना. What is your final aim? Final aim is both batting and bowling is good. But can you control both of them? When you will try to increase the batting performance, bowling will start going down. All rounder लेके आओ अगर मिल जाए तो ठीक है. All rounder would be neither a good batsman, neither a good bowler. So you are already taking risk indirectly. ठीक है. So when you are saying all rounder, you are choosing an intermediate path. Your batting and bowling both would be compromised at some level. Now, what is your aim? Your aim is batting and bowling both should be good. When you are building any model, what do you want? You want that TPR should be high, but FPR should be low. आप कनेक्ट कर रहे हो? बैटिंग भी अच्छी हो और बॉलिंग खराब ना हो. TPR should be high, but FPR should be low. But this will never happen in real life. This will never happen in real life. When you try to increase TPR, FPR will automatically decrease. Nahi, start to increase. Start to increase because you cannot control all the variables at the same time. Okay. Or I can say when you try to decrease FPR, then TPR will also start to decrease. TPR will also start to decrease. So when you decrease FPR, it means your model is getting better and better. So model FPR पे तो अच्छा हो जाएगा, TPR पे खराब हो जाएगा. When you try to, TPR should be high, but FPR should be low. But this will never happen in your real life. When you try to increase TPR, FPR will automatically start to increase. And when you try to decrease FPR, then TPR will start to decrease. And we know that lower the FPR better the model and higher the TPR better the model. तुम TPR बढ़ाने की कोशिश करोगे, FPR अपने आप बढ़ने लगेगा. और FPR घटाने की कोशिश करोगे तो TPR अपने आप घटने लगेगा. अब समझ में आ रहा है सबको? Why? Because you cannot control everything in your life. कोई एक ही चीज तुम कंट्रोल कर पाओगे. You increase the speed, the risk will increase. Time कम हो जाएगा, but risk बढ़ जाएगा. Suppose you are putting that I will approve the loan only of those people जिनकी 100% guarantee that they will repay the loan. Then you will give loan to very few customers, which means you will lose on the business. And if you give loan to many people, you will grow in business, but you would be taking higher risk. ज्यादा पढ़ोगे तो खेलने के लिए टाइम कम मिलेगा, ज्यादा खेलोगे तो पढ़ने के लिए टाइम कम मिलेगा. अच्छा स्पोर्ट्समैन जरूरी नहीं कि एक अच्छा डॉक्टर या इंजीनियर बन जाए, एंड वाइस वर्सा इज आल्सो लिविंग फ्यू सिनेरियोस. कोई भी चीज अपने माइंड में उठा के देखो. ओनली वन थिंग यू कैन कंट्रोल. ठीक है ना? इसीलिए कहते हैं कर्म करते जाओ और फूलते, क्योंकि वही तुम्हारे हाथ में है. फल मिलेगा नहीं मिलेगा. ठीक है, देखो मैंने कितने अच्छे टेक्निकल तरीके से तुम्हें आध्यात्मिक ज्ञान दे दिया. ठीक है, इन बेस्ड अपॉन फॉर्मूलाज. ठीक है, कैन आई से इज दिस थिंग गेटिंग क्लियर? So on formula, there is no relationship between TPR and FPR, but in real life, the relationship exists. So keeping that thing in mind, let's come over here. So positive class, I have already told you, whichever class is more important for you, you take it as a positive class, and whichever class is less important for you, you took it as a negative class. So TPR comes on your y-axis and FPR comes on your x-axis. Both of them would be between your 0 to 1. Now the graph between, let me do one thing, let me open another paint. Let me do a little bit. I missed my stylus today. Sorry. Okay, so this is FPR and this is TPR. So this is 1, and let's take this as 1. And let's take this as 1. And this is obviously your origin, 0, 0. So whatever graph you will have between your 0 to 1. Okay. Normally, your graph would be something like this. Your graph would be something like this. So let's take a point. Let me say, take a point as A. At point A, I am putting some values. So TPR and FPR. So TPR is on your y-axis, FPR is on your x-axis. Normally, whenever you represent the point, you say x, y. So it means जो पहली value आएगी वो FPR की होगी, because FPR is on your x-axis and TPR would be on your y-axis. So let me say FPR value is 0.4 and this value. TPR value is, let's say, 0.85. These are the coordinates of your point A. TPR is 0.85 and FPR is 0.4. Okay, let's take another point B. Let's take another point B. At point B, let me say FPR is 0.9 and TPR is 0.96. In percentage wise, if you talk, it is 90% and 96%. 0.9 and 0.96. अगर ये point clear नहीं है तो थोड़ा सा बड़ा कर देते हैं. So which point do you think is better? कौन सा point better है मेरे लिए? A वाला या B वाला? Point B, okay. And why? It is going towards saturation. Okay, ठीक है. बाकी लोगों का values are close to each other. So point B. Point A, why? A or B? Why A? It will go in saturation. Saturation का मतलब क्या होता है? भर गया. Constant. Anyone else? Some answers from online folks, guys. We are getting balancing more. Okay. तुम बताओ. A or B? अरे कुछ तो बोलो. तुम्हारी अमृत वाणी सुनने जा रहे हैं. A और B? कौन सा पॉइंट बेटर है? पॉइंट ए, सपोर्टिंग स्टेटमेंट. Yes, so answer is obviously A. जिसको लग रहा है point B balance है, क्यों लग रहा है? Remember your TPR and FPR. At point B, do you notice FPR is 90%? It means model is failing horribly for your class 0. 96% is your TPR. So TPR, in TPR terms, it's very good. But देख रहे हो, model is failing horribly for your class 0. High positive ratio, FPR is 0.9. Lower the FPR, better is the model. FPR जितना बढ़ाओगे model खराब हो जाएगा. At point A, do you notice both FPR and TPR are balanced? In terms of FPR, it is 0.4. In terms of TPR, it is 0.85. So it is working good for both the classes. So ये जो point B है, वो तो खराब है ही है. Actually मेरा question वो नहीं था. मैं कुछ और पूछना चाह रहा था. Simple question पूछ बैठा. After your point A, do you notice after your point A, my graph is something like this? Can you notice after your, let's say this is your point A. So between your point A and B, when you travel from point A to B, do you notice you travel more distance on your x-axis? X-axis पे ज़्यादा travel कर रहे हो, y पे कम. On y-axis, you are traveling only from 0.85 to 0.96. And on your x-axis, you are traveling from 0.4 to 0.9. देख रहे हो? When you travel from A to B, the value of x is increasing very fast compared to the value of y. Y धीरे धीरे बढ़ रहा है और x बहुत तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है. इतना समझ में आ रहा है? अब अपने लाइफ में अंदर झांक के देखो, क्या कभी ऐसा होता है जहाँ पे एक चीज धीरे बढ़ने लगेगी, दूसरी चीज बहुत तेज बढ़ेगी. हर जगह तुम्हारे सामने आजू बाजू दुनिया भरी पड़ी है ऐसे एग्जाम्पल से. सिर्फ तुम्हें सोचने की जरूरत है. क्या बोलो जोर से. You're saying something. अरे जोर से बोलोगे तो सुनूंगा ना. हाँ बोलो बोलो, मैं सुनना चाह रहा हूँ क्या बोला. ब्रेन कैसे एक लेवल के बाद कम हो जाता है. इसीलिए तो टी ब्रेक दे दिया था तुम लोग को, ताकि थोड़ा चाय पी के आ जाओ. बट ब्रेन को थोड़ा और एक्टिवेट करो एंड भूल जाओ फॉर्मूला वाइज. मैं तो ये बोल रहा हूँ रियल लाइफ में कोई एग्जांपल लेके देखो. टाइम जल्दी से आता है, पैसा धीरे धीरे आता है. बड़ा प्रैक्टिकल सा है, लेकिन एग्जांपल यहाँ पे फिट नहीं हो रहा है. अच्छा, नाउ अगेन दोज जो इसका एग्जांपल नहीं ले पा रहे हैं, वो कुछ ऐसा सोचो. सपोज करो, let me say scenario 1. In scenario 1, you are already getting 85% marks, or let me say not 85, let me say you are getting already 96% marks and you want 99%. ये तुम्हारा टारगेट है. Scenario 2, Scenario 2. Scenario 2, there is another candidate. He is already getting 45% marks and wants 90%. Sorry, I'll not say 90%, but let me say 60%. So over here, you want an increment of 15%. और यहाँ पे तुम चाहते हो increment of only 3%. Okay, now just answer me one question. Which scenario is easier to execute? Which scenario is easier to execute? Scenario 2 is very easy. जिसके अभी 45 आ रहे हैं उसके लिए 60% लाना ज्यादा मुश्किल नहीं है, थोड़ी मेहनत and you will have 60%. But from 96 to 99, it's a very difficult task. पढ़ाना तो 3% है, but it's a very, very, very difficult task. So if you want to achieve scenario 1, then what will happen? तुम्हें सारी चीजें छोड़नी पड़ेंगी. You have to focus. You might have to devote some 12-13 hours on that same subject or whatever topic. And if you are devoting 12-13 hours on the same subject, तुम्हारी बाकी पूरी लाइफ में गड़बड़ आ जाएगी. तुम्हारी गर्लफ्रेंड बॉयफ्रेंड को टाइम कम दे पाओगे, सब कुछ कम हो जाएगा. प्लेइंग आवर्स, एवरीथिंग विल गो डाउन, राइट? So it means when you try to achieve one thing, you have to compromise with another thing. If your target, so let's say achieving from 45 to 60 is easy, or let's say from 45 to 70, 80 is also easy, but beyond 80 the things will be very tough. इसको कुछ ऐसे समझो. So for example, let me say you study for 4 hours and you get 70% marks. So इसका मतलब क्या हुआ है? If you study for 8 hours, you will get 140%. तो वैसे नहीं आ सकता, but will you get 100% marks? क्या आएगा? नहीं आएगा. Why? Because beyond a limit, whatever you may do, things will not improve. इसका एक सबसे बढ़िया एग्जांपल है, मैं कितना भी कुछ कह लूं, तुम लोग में ज्यादा सुधार नहीं आएगा. ठीक है, थोड़ा सा आएगा, उतना नहीं आएगा जितना मैं चाहता हूं. ठीक है ना? मैं अगर 10 चीजें बोलूंगा तो कुछ लोग 4 ही चीजें करेंगे. ठीक है ना? So whatever, so beyond a point, my efforts are waste. So whether you study for 8 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, there will never be a scenario when you get 100%. Suppose करो एक बैट्समैन है, he is very good in everything, but slightly he is weak in playing the some spin or bounce or whatever. It will take a huge effort to improve that skill. Okay. So beyond a point, when you try to increase something, that thing will increase. So now, for example, if you want to target 96 to 100, so TPR will increase, but beyond your 96, TPR will increase very slowly, but all the other things will go down. Let's say this subject was maths. So you want to increase the marks in your maths subject. So you will put huge amount of time and money over here. Tuition jaoge, whatever, new books, course, whatever. You will put huge amount of time over here. But time which you have is only 24 hours a day. You do not have infinite time. So if you are putting more time over here, you would be putting less time on the other subjects. So the marks in other subjects are not in your control. They will start to go down. So when you try to increase TPR, FPR will automatically increase. When you try to decrease FPR, TPR will start to decrease, because only one thing you can control in your life. ये चीज समझ में आ रही है? And another thing which I want to say over here is, let me write it down after taking this example. Beyond a point, when you try to increase TPR, TPR will increase but will increase very slowly, or it will increase very slowly, I'll say. But FPR will increase very fast. ये समझ में आ रहा है सबको? तुम 96 से 99 की तरफ जाओगे तो मार्क्स तो बढ़ेंगे, but your marks in other subjects will start going down very fast. Okay, so beyond a point, everyone please note down these two lines which I have written. Beyond a point, when you try to increase TPR, TPR will increase, but will increase very slowly. But FPR will increase very fast. और एक पॉइंट ऐसा आ जाएगा जहां पे FPR will suddenly increase. You put cross a threshold and FPR will suddenly blast. तुम बैलून में एयर भरते जा रहे हो, एक पॉइंट आएगा जब वो ब्लास्ट कर जाएगा. जैसे आजकल गवर्नमेंट कर रही है, पेट्रोल के दाम धीरे धीरे बढ़ाए उसने, तो जनता को टेस्ट किया, कहाँ पे जनता ब्रेकिंग करेगी, वहां पे आके वो रुक गई. Is this thing getting clear? Let me take some more simple example just for a thoda sa fun factor and something like you can remember. Let's say price of fuel increases from, let me say, 50 to 60. Okay. And consider there is a person who is using a bike. वो हर दिन कुछ 100 kilometers ride कर रहा था. Every day he was riding 100 kilometers. When price increase from 50 to 60, उसको कोई problem नहीं, ठीक है, fair enough. So he keeps on riding. He still keeps on riding 100 kilometers. But when the price change from 60 to, let's say, 70, तब थोड़ा सा pain feel हुआ, हल्का pain. But then what he does it, he manages his day-to-day schedule, and instead of 100 kilometers, he is now traveling only 85 kilometers. वो 85 kilometers ही अब travel कर रहा है. ठीक है, कोई ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. फिर गवर्नमेंट ने क्या करा, थोड़ा और टेस्टिंग करी, 80 कर दिया. ही इज बैलेंसिंग, बोला नहीं ठीक है 80 है, 85 किलोमीटर्स एवरी डे आई हैव टू ट्रेवल, आई कैन नॉट डू एनी कॉम्प्रोमाइज. दिल पे पत्थर रख लिया, कर रहा है. फिर गवर्नमेंट ने क्या करा, बोला चलो अब थोड़ा और टेस्ट करते हैं. उसने 95 करा. देन दिस पर्सन रिड्यूसेस हिज ट्रेवल and he goes to, let's say, somewhere around 78 or whatever. But then government ने कर दिया 100. Now comes a psychological barrier or whatever. अब analysis हुआ, उसने बोला अब नहीं हो पाएगा. ठीक है, so from this 85 suddenly it comes down to, let's say, 20 kilometers. एक point आएगा where the things will start in the reverse direction. Sudden change आने लग जाएगा problem. अब उसने बोला नहीं, अब थोड़ा बड़ा खरीद लेते हैं, या फिर साइकिल वाइकिल ले लेते हैं, या फिर ST बस whatever. ठीक है ना. सो बियॉन्ड अ पॉइंट थिंग्स विल चेंज वेरी हेविली. अगर और तुमने कर दिया, लेट्स से फ्रॉम 100 to 110 कर दिया, तो बोला अब तो साइकिल पे चल. ठीक है, सपोज. ठीक है, तो फॉर एग्जांपल लेट्स से टोमेटो के दाम बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, 20 से 40 पहुंचे, 50 पहुंचे, 60 पहुंचे. You still keep on buying, but you may keep on reducing the quantity. But suppose करो 100 के पार चला गया या 200 हो गया, तुम बोलोगे थोड़े दिन नहीं खाएंगे. जब नीचे आएगा तब होता, राइट? डोंट टेक 1% और 2%, इन मासस की बात करो, आम जनता की बात करो, ऐसी टेंडेंसी आती भी दिखाई देगी, राइट? एंड अगर ऐसी टेंडेंसी अगर मासस में है तो वही सेम चीज तुम्हें डेटा में भी दिखाई देगी, बिकॉज डेटा वुड बी टेकन फ्रॉम द रियल लाइफ, राइट? So beyond a point, if you try to increase something, other thing will go very down very fast. तुम्हारे हाथ में फिर वो नहीं है. So I hope this point is clear that only one thing is in your control, another thing is not in your control. So at any given point, you can try to increase TPR, but if you try to increase TPR, FPR will automatically increase. If you try to decrease FPR, TPR will start to decrease. And I want high TPR and I want low FPR. But दोनों चीजें at the same time I cannot control them. ठीक है ना? So same thing, can you notice in this graph also? कहाँ गया graph? अब इस, so whatever I have discussed in last 10 minutes, can you notice in this graph? So after your point A, when you try to increase TPR, do you notice TPR is increasing, but it is increasing very slowly. So it increases from 0.85 to 0.9, only 5% increase, but FPR increases very fast. From 0.4, it becomes to sorry, my mistake. So TPR increases from 0.85 to 0.96, and FPR increases from 0.4 to 0.9. So 0.11% increase in your TPR, followed by 50% increase in your FPR. So the better cutoff would be your point A. So I'll try to build a model. एक ऐसा model build करने की कोशिश करूँगा. If you take any other point, let me say if you take point C, then point C also has a problem. At point C, FPR would be very low, but then TPR is also very low. Can you notice? So at point C, probably this would be your TPR and FPR. If you compare point C with point A, so let me say at point C, your FPR is only, let me say 0.2. But then TPR is also very less. Let me say it is only, let's say 0.55. Okay. So when you are trying to choose a low FPR, you are choosing a point where TPR is also. So from this diagram, we will create this diagram in Python. You need to, we'll find how the curve looks like. Now, TPR, what is the range of TPR? Range of TPR is 0 to 1. Range of FPR is also between your 0 to 1. It means this entire square box, the area would be 1. Area is nothing but your length into breadth. So 1 into 1 is 1 only. It means whatever may be the area, it would be less than or equal to 1. Itni baat obvious hai. What is area under the curve? Area under the curve is this area which I am marking in green. Which I am marking in green. This is your area under the curve. Right. This is your area under the curve. The curve is your black line, and all this is your area under the curve. So it means AU ROC or the area under the curve would also be less than or equal to 1 only. Barabar? Because it is within that square and it has to be less than or equal to 1. Higher the AU ROC, better is the model. Make a note of it. ये graph को सब लोग draw करेंगे. Draw this graph. TPR on your y-axis, FPR on your x-axis. And AU ROC is a function of TPR versus FPR. Higher the AU ROC, better is the model. Area जितना ज़्यादा होगा, उतना model अच्छा होगा. Okay. Higher the AUROC, better is the model. Do we have any requirement for what? Requirement for calculation or formula for calculation? Requirement, तुम्हारा क्वेश्चन तो डिफाइन करो, रिक्वायरमेंट या फॉर्मूला? Yes, obviously, because it will tell how balanced your model is. It will tell how the performance of the model is. So when you find the area is, so remember TPR, FPR, precision, accuracy, all ये सारे parameters क्या हैं? These are used to evaluate the model. Similarly, AUROC is the evaluation matrix. Higher the AUROC, better is the model. It will require what? नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं. See, अगर तुम चाहो तो एरिया ट्रेसिंग पेपर से भी निकाल सकते हो. ट्रेसिंग पेपर, रिमेंबर एक पेपर आता था जिसमें छोटे छोटे स्क्वायर्स होते थे. When you have an object, so let me say when you have an object something like this, इसका एरिया कैसे निकालोगे? Or let me make even more complex. How would you find the area of this object? You will find the area of this object by using you can use a small paper. एक ऐसा पेपर ले लो जिसमें छोटे छोटे स्क्वायर्स बने होंगे. You put it over here, and let's say each square is of 1 millimeter square. You can count how many squares are being covered, and you can find the area. हम वो सारी चीजें नहीं करेंगे, हमारे पास सॉफ्टवेयर है, वो डायरेक्टली एरिया बता देगा. Requirement is, I want to evaluate the model. I want to see the cutoff kind of thing. Is this thing clear? Confusion आया है या confusion clear हुआ? पहले आया फिर बाद में clear हुआ. अब बस लास्ट दो चीजें और confusion matrix में, and then it comes to an end. So I'm removing this. So there is another matrix that is your F1 ratio. F1 ratio. F1 ratio is a harmonic mean between precision and recall. Everyone knows what is precision, and everyone also knows what is recall. Recall is nothing but another name of TPR. So harmonic mean between precision and recall. वैसे harmonic mean क्या होता है? There are 3 types of mean. इतना पता है लोगों को? Arithmetic, geometric, and harmonic. Suppose let me say if A and B are 2 numbers, then their arithmetic mean would be, ये सब मेरे part syllabus के part नहीं, but फिर भी I'm just saying arithmetic mean would be A plus B by 2, and let me put A and B into bracket. A plus B by 2. Geometric mean क्या होगा? Geometric mean of A comma B would be square root of A into B. ठीक है? Square root of A into B. And what would be the harmonic mean? Harmonic mean, so this would be your GM. Geometric mean. What would be the HM? HM would be equal to A plus B upon 2A, sorry, A into B divided by, confused A into B upon आई थिंक वो हो जाएगा. It would be 2ab upon a plus b. 2ab upon a plus b. एक सेकंड चेक करो, दिया ही है. Let me check. I don't want to put a wrong.
Yes, sir.
यही होना चाहिए. टू इंटू ए इंटू बी. तुम ब्रैकेट में अगर मल्टीप्लाई करो तभी भी आंसर सेम आएगा भाई. यही फॉर्मूला है, राइट? आई जस्ट वांट टू चेक इट. बस तो फॉर्मूला यही होना चाहिए. इट कांट बी एनीथिंग डिफरेंट. हाँ, so 2ab upon a plus b. 2 into a into b upon. So ये स्टार हटा देते हैं. Doesn't make much sense. 2ab upon a plus b. It means harmonic mean f1 ratio is a harmonic mean between precision and recall. So it would be 2 into p into r divided by p plus r. 2 into precision into recall divided by precision plus recall. Divided by precision plus recall. F1 ratio. Two into precision into recall divided by precision by recall. अच्छा, now tell me what would be the range of this thing? F1 ratio का range क्या हो जाएगी? Obviously 0 to 1. The range would also be between your 0 to 1. Why? Because precision and recall both are between your 0 to 1. ठीक है, फॉर्मूले में लगा के देख लो अगर कोई ऐसा सिनेरियो आता है where it can be more than 1. So if you put P and R both as 1 1, it would be 2. Let's do one thing. Let me take few scenarios where I can find the precision and recall. Let me say precision and let me say recall. And let me put the formula. So what is the formula of this thing? Let me say precision is 0.82 and recall is 0.34. So formula would be 2 into precision into recall divided by precision plus recall. And let me add one more bracket. सही है? So let me say this is 1 1. So this is also 1. When precision and recall are both 1, then your F1 is also 1. Let me say one of them is 0.99, another is 0.1, or let me say 0.12. Then what is the precision? It is 0.21. Let me say both of them are 0.55. कुछ नोटिस कर रहे हो तुम लोग नंबर्स में? नंबर्स का खेल नोटिस हो रहा है? 0.5, 0.7, 0.6. It is 0.64, 0.8, 0.5, 0.6. See guys, if I say सिर्फ इन दो लास्ट के दो चीजों को देखो, और let me say just this one and this one. So precision is 0.7 and recall is 0.6. So 0.7 plus 0.6 is how much? 0.13. and 0.8 plus 0.5 is also 0.13. But do you notice F1 is more in the first one and it is less in another one? इतनी चीज नोटिस कर रहे हो? ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? बिकॉज जब तुम्हारा मॉडल किसी एक चीज पे अच्छा होगा ना तो F1 खराब होने लगेगा. Suppose you take another thing. Let me say you take 0.99, and if I have to get answer as 0.13, so let me say equal to 1.3 minus this thing. कितना होता है? 0.3. Let me say this is 0.31. देख रहे हो? So model is, check the last model. Last model is very good in your precision, but it is failing in your recall. And do you notice F1 is going down horribly? 0.61 से 0.34 आ जाता है. जब even if you add 0.99 and 0.31, it is again 1.3. You add 0.8 and 0.5, it is again 0.13. If you add 0.7 and 0.6, it is again 1.3. But do you notice the changes in recall? ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? Why is this happening? Sum of precision and recall is same, but do you notice F1 keeps on decreasing? F1 decrease हो रहा है. Why? क्यों? हार्मोनिक मीन सबने पढ़ा है, मेरे पढ़ाने से पहले भी पढ़ा. तुमने सिर्फ फॉर्मूला पढ़ा. वो क्यों निकालते हैं, उसका मेन एडवांटेज क्या होता है ऑफ हार्मोनिक मीन? तब ना टीचर ने बताया ना तुमने पूछा, पर अब मैंने पूछ लिया तो अब बता दो. हार्मोनिक मीन का मेन एडवांटेज क्या होता है, और इन विच सिनेरियोस डू यू शुड प्रेफर हार्मोनिक मीन? एक तो आंसर यही है कि नहीं नंबर्स में छुपा हुआ है. तुम्हारे सामने 4-5 नंबर्स कैलकुलेशंस करके दिखाए मैंने. My question is not related to, as of now, precision and recall. My question is little bit different. It is related to harmonic mean. Harmonic mean अपने आप में क्या एडवांटेज लाता है? अच्छा, एक सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन का.
Weightage are given to small numbers.
It is given a small number. Okay. Suppose, अगर तुमने कभी ऐसा सुना है that there are few exams, there are several sections. कभी CAT या GMAT का एग्जाम दिया? उसमें sections होते हैं and every section has a weightage. So English might have 30% weightage, maths might have 50%, and then your general knowledge and other might have 20%. Right? Suppose there is a exam, or there are two subjects. Subject A is out of 400. Okay. Or you can say section A is of 400 marks. And section B is out of 150 marks. In section A, you got 350 marks or 360 marks. In section B, you got, let me say, 112 marks. So what would be the average? तुम्हें ये तो नहीं लगता that your average marks or your percentage, rather let me say your percentage would be, or your mean, let me say your mean would be 360 plus 112 divided by 2. ऐसा कुछ तो नहीं लगता? So your average score would be 360 divided by 12 plus 12 divided by 2. This is what your average would be. अगर ऐसा लगता है तो गलत है, because weightage of A is much more. Suppose, let me not put these numbers are little confusing. Let me change these numbers. Let me not put the absolute number. Let me put in percentage. Then probably the idea would be much better. Let's forget about this. मैंने जो लिखा है इसके बारे में भूल. If I'm putting absolute number, then things will not get clear. Let's say you are taking an exam. Section A was out of 400. Section B was out of 500. So थोड़ी देर के लिए suppose कर लो CAT का exam था. उसमें एक quant का section था और एक another section which was having English and whatever. So in section A you got 80%. In section B you got, let me say, 70%. So what is your average score? What would be your average score? तुम्हारा average score क्या हो जाएगा? Would it be 80 plus 70 divided by 2? क्या ये होगा? Answer is no. Because this 80% is out of 400 and this 150, this 70% is out of 150. It means weightage of this 70 is very less and weightage of this 80 is very high. सबको weightage का concept समझ में आ रहा है? So if you have to find the average score, then what you need to do? Average score would be something like this. It would be 400 into 0.8 plus 150 into 0.7 and then you divided by the total marks. Total marks कितने हैं? 400 plus 150. So 400 plus 150 is nothing but your 550. ये तुम्हारा percentage, total percentage होगा. Is this thing getting clear? So weightage of A is much more than your weightage of B. So if you do slightly better in A, your model will improve heavily. Or if you do slightly this thing. So basically this has nothing to do with my precision and recall. ये example मैंने सिर्फ इसलिए लिया so that I can make you understand the concept of weightage. कितना weightage? अभी presidential election हुआ उसमें weightage का concept देखा था? The weightage vote of people who are in Maharashtra was much more than the average vote of your people living in Arunachal Pradesh, right? Because population of Maharashtra is more. So one candidate is representing many more people. So same concept is your weightage. ये चीज सबको समझ में आई? Now tell me, answer one simple question. There are two sections. One with 400 and another with, let me say, 150. So this is your section B and this is your section A. Section B and section A. So किसका weightage ज्यादा है? Section A का ज्यादा है 400. Section A is having more weightage. If I want to reduce the weightage of weightage की spelling बहुत गलत लिखी है. Let me say if I want to reduce the weightage of A, what should I do? Or rather, what can you do? कैसे? कैसे करोगे increase decrease? If I want to reduce the weightage of A, what should I do? अरे बड़ा सिंपल है, अभी बताया थोड़ी देर पहले. जो ज्यादा बढ़ गया है उसको कम करना है तो क्या करोगे? कैसे बढ़ाओगे? How would you increase? If you are saying I will increase B, then how? जब से तुम लोग चाय पी के आए हो मेरे एक भी क्वेश्चन का सही आंसर नहीं किया है. अरे बड़ा सिंपल है, टेक द रेसिप्रोकल, टेक द रेसिप्रोकल। नाउ द वेटेज ऑफ ए वुड बी 1/400। इतनी देर से वही तो बता रहे हैं, 1/400। वेटेज ऑफ बी वुड बी 1/150। अब बताओ कौन सी चीज बड़ी है? 1/150 इज मच बिगर देन ए। हो गया? इफ यू टेक द रेसिप्रोकल द रिलेशनशिप विल गेट इन्वर्टेड। जो बड़ा है अब वो छोटा दिखने लगेगा। एंड दैट इज व्हाई वी टेक हार्मोनिक मीन, बिकॉज when you say harmonic mean between A and B, do you realize one thing? Harmonic mean between A comma B is nothing but arithmetic mean between your 1 by A comma 1 by B। यही होता है। तुम 1 by A and 1 by B का मीन लो, that is nothing but a harmonic mean of A and B. So harmonic mean is taken where you see that numbers are not in proportion. You want to change the weightage. You take the reciprocal. Okay. You take the reciprocal and the number which is having high weightage would be given low weightage। अगर कभी तुम्हारी लाइफ में ऐसा सिनेरियो आता है कि लेस वेटेज लेना है तो रेसिप्रोकल कर देना, अपने आप लेस वेटेज दे देगा। अब बताओ क्या क्वेश्चन मुश्किल था? नहीं था। So I hope people know one thing, that 1/150 is bigger than 1/400, right? So that is why we are taking harmonic mean over here. Why? Because so that we can see even if you increase one of them and other is not increasing, the overall F1 will keep coming down because तुमने already reciprocal ले लिया उसका। ठीक है? There is one more thing related to F1 which I am not telling as of now, but formula wise तुम लोग अभी इतना देख लो। I think वो concept में थोड़ा सा issue आएगा, but I will cover that after let's say half an hour, 30 minutes. Higher the F1 ratio, better is the model। ये तुमने नोट डाउन किया? Higher the F1 ratio, better is the model। Now let's summarize all of them। Let's summarize all of them। What can be the evaluation parameters? Evaluation parameters क्या क्या हो सकते हैं? Evaluation parameters। So one of them is your accuracy. Another is your TPR, which is also famous as your recall. Then it is your FPR. Then it is your precision. Then you have your AUROC. And then you have your F1 ratio. So higher the accuracy, better is the model. Higher the TPR, better is the model. Lower the FPR, better is the model. Higher the precision, better is the model. Higher the AUROC, better is the model. Higher the F1 ratio, better is the model। सिर्फ एक को छोड़ दो, बाकी सब में हायर ही है। ठीक है? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parameters हैं to evaluate your model। And how would you evaluate the model? Based upon your problem statement। That is one thing, and model should be generally balanced। So leaving your FPR, I always want higher things। कल क्लास है ना? So tomorrow I'm going to ask everyone to explain this confusion matrix and linear regression। दोनों का carry back लेके आओ। ठीक है? So as soon as we meet, I am going to put around 1.5 hours for this discussion। ठीक है? And please कोई जन क्लास skip नहीं करेगा। ठीक है? अगर क्लास स्किप करोगे तो मैं लॉजिस्टिक रिलेशन स्टार्ट करूंगा। ठीक है? सो यू डोंट हैव एनी चॉइस बट टू कम। ठीक है? एंड पहले जो लोग आंसर करेंगे दोज वुड बी ऑनलाइन कैंडिडेट। एंड टुमारो आई एम गोइंग टू टेक एडमिन एक्सेस इसका। ठीक है? जो भी आंसर नहीं करेगा मैं उसको मीटिंग से बाहर कर दूंगा। ठीक है? सो वी हैव अ एक्सेस वेयर वी कैन पुश आउट द कैंडिडेट फ्रॉम द मीटिंग। ठीक है? सो कम प्रिपेयर टुमारो। और मुझे कोई ऐसा आंसर नहीं चाहिए कि थोड़ा पढ़ा था ज्यादा, या तो आंसर किया या नहीं किया, ओनली 0 और 1 में आंसर आएगा। आइदर यू आंसर इट करेक्टली और यू डोंट आंसर करेक्टली, ठीक है। लीनियर एंड वॉट एवर आई हैव टॉट टिल नाउ एंड वॉट आई एम गोइंग टू टीच नाउ, ठीक है। प्लीज बी प्रिपेयर्ड, ठीक है। अच्छा, इतनी चीजें हो गई। नाउ लेट्स टेक वन स्टेप फर्दर। कैन आई रिमूव दिस शीट? ये शीट, ये वाला पेज हटा दे रहा हूँ मैं, है ना। आई होप पीपल हैव मेड अ नोट, ठीक है। इसको मैं हटा दे रहा हूँ, दिस इज योर, आई एम मार्किंग इन रेड। So lower the FPR, better the model. Rest for all the other parameters, I wish to target the higher numbers. ठीक है? Okay. Zero, one. If you see from the top, what do you see? You are seeing your predicted or actual? Okay, चलो predicted देख लो भाई। Predicted, and then you have your actuals. You have class 0, you have class 1. Okay, so guys, everyone, please. I have built a model and this is a confusion matrix. ठीक है? I have built a model, I have a confusion matrix. So, what is your opinion about this model? Is the model good model, bad model? क्या है हमारे opinion? अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम दिखती तो क्या प्रॉब्लम है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं दिखती तो क्या प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। Do one thing, you find all these parameters. तुम accuracy निकालो, you find accuracy, you find TPR, you find FPR, you find precision. Find all these 4 things. And if you want, you can find your F1 also. Within a minute निकालो please, फटाफट. Use your Excel or whatever. Some people focus on accuracy, some on TPR, some on FPR. Randomly choose कर लो कोई चीज. When I ask, people should be ready. And tell me what is the final opinion about this model? ये मॉडल के बारे में तुम्हारा क्या कहना है? Come on guys, can I have some answers? इतने सालों से कंफ्यूजन मैट्रिक्स पढ़ने के बाद अब तो आंसर करो. What is your opinion? क्या तुम ये मॉडल को अप्रूव कर देते या रिजेक्ट कर देते? Yes or no and why? आज का टाइम कितना डाला है? 8:30 टिल 2 और 2:30? 2. तो हमारे पास बहुत 50 मिनट में तो मैं तुम लोग का बहुत कुछ पढ़ा दूंगा. बैंड बज जाएगा तुम लोग का. Okay, tell me what is accuracy over here? 94. Okay. Next number, TPR 21. FPR 4 point. कोई एक जन बोलो प्लीज. FPR कितना है? 0.04. 0.04. So less than 1%. फोर 4.3% ना. सीधे परसेंट में बोलो ना, डेसिमल में मत बोलो. प्रिसीजन, हाउ मच इज द प्रिसीजन? Precision is true positive, but true positive plus false positive. Thirty upon 30 plus
0.081.
8.1%. ओके, क्या करा है प्रिसीजन के लिए? 30 डिवाइडेड बाय 30 प्लस 340. 30 डिवाइडेड बाय 370 करा है. ओके, फेयर इनफ. F1 रेशियो 2 into precision into recall divided by precision plus recall. When you are finding the F1, put the numbers in decimal, not in percentage. So 8.1 will get converted into 0.081. 4.3 will get converted into 0.043. I repeat, when you are calculating F1, use your precision and recall in decimals, not in percentage. बाद में उसे 100 से मल्टीप्लाई कर देना और मेरे को आंसर परसेंटेज में बताना. बट वाइल कैलकुलेशन यूज इट डेसिमल्स. $11.7. Okay, 11.7. Anyone else who can confirm? इतना ही है. 11.7. 11.7. 11.67. Okay, fair enough. Now you have the parameters. AUROC you cannot calculate over here, but when we'll do the coding, we'll calculate it. Now, guys, tell me, what do you think? Is this a good model, bad model? Model को reject कर दें, proof कर दें. If yes, then why? If no, then why? Come on, tell me. Answer is very simple. इतने अच्छे numbers कौन देता है तुम्हें? हाँ, थोड़ा जोर से बोलोगे. किसी मॉडल के साथ कंपेयर नहीं, सिर्फ अकेला. नथिंग. फिर तो अच्छा है. अरे क्यों? अभी बताए ना, हायर द एक्यूरेसी बेटर इज द मॉडल, लोअर द एफपीआर बेटर. एटलीस्ट चेक ऑन दोस पैरामीटर्स ना. हाँ तो बताओ. एंड रिमेंबर, accuracy cannot be the only parameter. TPR cannot be the only parameter. मॉडल मॉडल को ओवरऑल देखना पड़ता है। Bad model, why? Percentage of? Hmm. Hmm. Yes. So what he is saying is model is a bad model, and obviously yes. So if I, for time being, on terms of accuracy, model is very good. In terms of FPR also model is very good. Remember, lower the FPR, better the model. But बाकी सारी चीजों पे देखते हो, model is going horribly wrong. TPR is less than 50%. Precision and F1 ratios are also very less. So it means this model is working good only for your class 0. It is failing for your class 1. And एक ऐसा मॉडल क्यों चाहिए which is working only good for your class, only one class, and it is failing for the another class. I want a model which is kind of balanced. But मेरा क्वेश्चन वो नहीं था, मेरा क्वेश्चन अब आने वाला था. And we agree that model performance is not good. But why model performance is not good? क्वेश्चन मेरा ये है, मॉडल खराब तो है बट वो खराब क्यों है? अगर ये पता चल जाए वो खराब क्यों है तो हम उसे सही भी कर सकते हैं. If I get to know that why the performance of the model is going down, probably I can improve it. If you diagnose the problem, you have the solution. Okay. And this is one problem which as a data scientist, you would always be facing. If you haven't faced this problem, it means you haven't built any model till now. जिस बच्चे ने चलना सीखा होगा वो गिरा जरूर होगा, राइट? अब बताओ. अच्छा, first of all, tell me, does everyone agrees that model is a bad model? No doubt in that. Now start thinking why it is bad. ये खराब है तो क्यों है? बस ये लास्ट पॉइंट, उसके बाद मैं तुम्हारे दिमाग को दर्द देना बंद कर दूंगा. No more pain. Class 1 के लिए it is not working for class 1 and that is why you are saying a bad model. You measure a temperature and temperature is 101, so it is a fever. मेरा क्वेश्चन वो नहीं है, मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि 101 क्यों आया? It is model is bad. Why? Because it is failing for class 1. My question is, why is it failing for class 1? My question is different. Everyone agrees that model is failing for class 1. My question is why so? ऐसा हो रहा है तो क्यों हो रहा है? इसका आंसर इस मैट्रिक्स से नहीं आएगा. इसका आंसर जब तुम आजू बाजू देखोगे तो आएगा. जरा रियल लाइफ प्रॉब्लम में झांक के देखो और ये आंसर आएगा. मॉडल खराब तो है बट क्यों खराब? Okay. So, anyone who would like to attempt to answer this question? नहीं? अरे जब मैं एक्सप्लेन करूंगा तो तुम लोगों को लगेगा हाँ यार ये था तो ऑब्वियस, बट शायद कनेक्ट नहीं कर पा रहे हो. नो प्रॉब्लम. सपोज you as a player focus more on बैटिंग. ठीक है, तुम एक ऑलराउंडर थे and you focus more on a batting, then what will happen? Bowling will go down. But why? Because you are not practicing, right? So can I say something? Bowling is going down because there were less effort in that. Or in another terms, representation of data was less for bowling. Correct? Now, you notice one thing. Suppose you are building a model which has which has 1000 records. तुम्हारे पास 1000 records है. And the model which you are building is your, let's say, loan application. Either you will approve the loan or you will reject the loan. Either you will approve the loan or you will reject the loan. So loan is approved not on basis of one condition, but it is approved based upon many conditions. Your income may be low, but the loan which you are taking is also very low, then also your loan can be approved. Your credit history may not be very good, but the loan which you are applying is very less. So based upon you are still a risky customer, but since you are taking a very small amount of loan, I can still approve them. You may be earning $10,000, but you want a loan of only $1,000. I can still approve the loan. But if you are asking a loan for 1 lakh, probably I will reject the loan. So do you notice that loan application and rejection is not based upon one condition, but it can be based upon many conditions. For different scenarios, that different action can be taken. If a person is living in a city and is earning 5 lakhs per month and he is taking a loan of 50 lakh, obviously I can easily approve him. But if the same person is earning 5 lakh, living in the city, but he is doing a business, and whereas 5 lakh per month income is not guaranteed, probably you may rethink, right? So do you notice that loan application and rejection is a final thing, but there are many scenarios based upon which you take the decision. Now, out of these 1000 records, assume that there were 960 records for which loan was rejected. Rejected as in it was actually rejected. ठीक है? As of now, you are about to build a model. ठीक है? You are about to build a model, so you don't have any predicted values. Out of 1000 people, there were 960 people for which the loan was actually rejected. So if 960 के लिए reject हुआ था, it means सिर्फ 40 के लिए approve हुआ होगा. There was only 40 record for which the loan was actually approved. It was actually approved. So do you notice when you build the model, focus only on these two lines. Focus only on these two lines. When you build the model, it will get many scenarios in which the loan can be rejected. Because there were 960 people for which the loan was rejected. So you got to know various scenarios where the loan would be rejected. But you get to know only 40 scenarios where the loan was approved. So now when you will build the model, what do you think? Your model will give very good results for your class rejected. So it would be doing a very good. So first of all, can you notice that representation of class rejected is 96%. दिखता है? Out of 1000, 960 were rejection. Representation of class, अरे कहाँ गया? Representation of class approved was only 4. So it means when for every 4 people for whom the loan was approved, there were 96 people for whom the loan was rejected. सपोज करो तुम्हारे सिलेबस में 5 चैप्टर हैं, तुमने 4 चैप्टर को कई बार पढ़ा और एक 5th चैप्टर को सिर्फ एक बार पढ़ा, then you are likely to do better in the chapter where you have invested more time, right? So over here, the 96% of the data is of one particular class and only 4% or 5% of the data is for another class. So it means model is likely to do very good for the class rejected, where your representation is high. Why? Because it got almost all the scenarios where the loan can be rejected, and it got only few scenarios where loan can be approved. So can I say over here, the representation of class rejected and class approved is not same? एक का 96%, एक का 4% है. The representation of one class is more than the another, or you can say representation of one class is less than the another, or you can say representation of one class is much more than the another, or representation of one class is much lesser than the another. Balance तो नहीं. I am not talking about 50-50 balancing. At least 60-40 तो हो या 70-30 हो. Over here the data is highly imbalanced. अब जरा स्क्रॉल करो और इस वाले में आके देखो. Do you see imbalancing over here? How? Do you see class imbalance present over here? How many records do you have actually for class 1? Class 1 के actual records कितने हैं? 110 plus 30, that is your 140. And how many records actually belong to class 0? So 7523 plus this thing. So this is 7863. 7863. So what is the ratio? So even if I divide 7863, if I say equal to 7863 divided by 140. So 56. So the ratio is 1:56 का ratio दिखता है. So the ratio of class 0 and 1 is 1:56. So for every one record which belongs to class 1, there are 56 records which belong to class 0. Can you see the imbalancing? Can you see the imbalancing? And that is why, if you notice, model is failing for class 1. Model class 1 के लिए fail होता दिख रहा है? Because your TPR is very less. If TPR is less, it means model is failing for class 1. TPR is nothing but performance for your class 1. And since TPR is failing, and that is why you are having problem in your F1 also and in your precision also, because precision and TPR, they both use true positive. दोनों के फॉर्मूले में चेक करो, दोनों के फॉर्मूले में ट्रू पॉजिटिव आता है. And model is पूरे मॉडल, in this entire model there is only one issue, and that issue, which is that issue? The issue is this number. अगर तुम इस number को ignore कर दो, then this model is also very awesome. But because of this 110, the model is going for a toss. So you had only 140 records for class 1. So your model could not do good on your class 1. You had much data for your class 0. So your model was doing very good for your class 0. Is this thing getting clear? अभी मैंने कोई technical word नहीं यूज किया. I'm about to use a technical word. I'm just trying to build a background. So again, come back over here. I am talking about the ratio of class 0 and 1. So ratio of class 0 and 1 is 56:1. So for every one record in class 1, you have 56 records for class 0. Now, over here, what I'm saying is, so this type of problem, over here, I'm saying data or representation of, or let me write it over here. यहाँ पे लिखना ज़्यादा better है. Representation of one class, of one of the class is much more than the other. In such scenarios, your model will do very good for class which is having more representation, and will perform bad on the class which has less. Okay. In such scenarios, overall accuracy may be very high, but we know that accuracy cannot be the only parameter to जस्ट मॉडल. जरा ध्यान से पढ़ो, देखो सबको समझ में आता है. but we know that accuracy cannot be the only parameter. Over here also, if you see, accuracy kitni थी इसकी? Accuracy was 94, very high accuracy. Accuracy may be very high, but then model may not be of any use. ऐसा model अगर ये है, this model is nothing more than a कचरा. ये मॉडल तुरंत रिजेक्ट कर दिया जाएगा. ओके, हाई एक्यूरेसी, लो एफपीआर, बट देन मॉडल इज ऑफ नो यूज बिकॉज मॉडल इज फेलिंग हॉरेबली फॉर योर क्लास 1, or you can say model is failing for one of the class. If a model is failing for any of the class, then model has to be rejected. हमें एक ऐसा मॉडल नहीं चाहिए which is doing good only for one class. So basically, do you notice we have some problem? हमारे सामने एक problem आ गया. We have a problem. Now, if we have a problem, then what's the solution? क्या कर सकते हैं? अच्छा ठीक है, सबसे पहले हम एक प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट नोट करेंगे. दिस टाइप ऑफ प्रॉब्लम इज नोन एज योर क्लास इम्बैलेंस. क्लास इम्बैलेंस. एंड अगेन आई एम सेइंग इट इज अ प्रॉब्लम. ये एक बीमारी है, इसका सोल्यूशन भी आएगा. सो फॉर इट, लेट मी से यू आर गोइंग फॉर एन इंटरव्यू एंड इंटरव्यू वाला कोई पूछता है, डिड यू फेस एनी प्रॉब्लम व्हाइल बिल्डिंग द मॉडल? तो आंख बंद करके बोलना, यस आई फेस द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ क्लास इम्बैलेंस. And as soon as you say you face the problem of class imbalance, एक next question आएगा. So what did you do? उसको solve कैसे किया था? तो इससे क्या होगा, तुम्हारा इंटरव्यू राइट डायरेक्शन में निकल जाएगा. तुम एक ऐसा प्रॉब्लम बताओगे जिसका सोल्यूशन तुम्हें ऑलरेडी पता होगा, तुम इंटरव्यू ड्राइव करोगे. ठीक है, अगर वो नहीं भी पूछता तभी भी बता दो डेटा वॉज इम्बैलेंस एंड देन आई डिड दिस. सो अगेन आई एम सेइंग क्लास इम्बैलेंस इज अ प्रॉब्लम. This is something which I do not wish to have, but I still have it. It is a problem for me. If class imbalance is a problem, then what is the solution? I'll just write the name of the solution. Let's discuss the solution tomorrow. Solution is, there are two solutions to it. Again, मैं बोल रहा हूं, अगर class imbalance एक बीमारी है तो उसके दो इलाज हैं. One of them is your oversampling. Another name of oversampling is your upsampling. And if oversampling is one solution, then you have your undersampling. Undersampling is also known as your downsampling. So class imbalance is a disease, then the medicine or the remedy is over or the undersampling. Another name of over is up. Another name of under is down. ठीक है, we'll take a pause over here, otherwise mind overflow कर जाएगा. Yeah. So tomorrow I'll start with oversampling, undersampling only when people are clear with the above things. So definitely जैसे ही हम कल मिलने वाले हैं, the first 1.5 hours things are going to reverse. अब तक मैं बोलता आया हूं, कल तुम लोग बोलोगे. ठीक है, रेसिप्रोकल ले लेंगे हम लोग. ठीक है, मैं उधर पीछे बैठ जाऊंगा, तुम लोग इधर आगे होगे, और कोई व्हाइट बोर्ड पे बताएगा तो कोई मेरे लैपटॉप पे एक्सप्लेन करेगा. उस लेवल की प्रिपरेशन चाहिए. ठीक है, आंसर सिर्फ 0 और 1 में आएगा, या तो तुम सही आंसर दोगे या गलत आंसर दोगे. ठीक है, और मैं इसको कहीं ना कहीं तुम्हारे एक मॉक से मैप कर दूंगा, एक वेटेज डाल दूंगा कल के एग्जाम को, एक 5 नंबर की वेटेज. ठीक है, so everyone please come prepared. Everyone will get a answer or opportunity to, ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं होगा कि मैं सिर्फ किसी एक या दो को ही पूछूंगा, सबका नंबर आएगा। इसलिए सब लोग प्लीज पढ़ के आओ, लीनियर रिग्रेशन, ऑल थ्योरी एंड एवरीथिंग एंड टुडेज सेशन, ठीक है। एंड ऑब्वियसली अगर लीनियर एंड ये पढ़ोगे तो बेसिक स्टार्ट तो क्लियर होनी ही चाहिए। दैट इज व्हाट इज मीन, मीडियन, स्टैंडर्ड, ठीक है। ठीक है guys, so I hope people enjoyed today's session, and though it's a confusion matrix, but still at some point they are still clear, है ना। Highly advisable, go back and study your notes whatever you have made. एक छोटा सा YouTube video भी मेरा, if you want you can see that also, if that gives you clarity, precision, recall and all those things. ठीक है, so with this I'll end the session. Thank you for